This is a reading of the entire mainline Lost Caverns of Ixalan story, episodes 1 through 6. It's voiced and produced by Graham Trudeau for the Symphoneers Gaming YouTube channel. An audio-only version of this recording will be available on the Symphoneers Patreon for patrons supporting at $3 a month or higher tiers. If you can't afford to support this work financially, consider liking, subscribing, or even sharing the video with a friend. Thank you. With all that capitalism out of the way, let's begin. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Episode 1, written by Valerie Valdez. Quint. As Quint planeswalked from a dimly lit stone corridor into leaf-dappled sunshine, the heat slapped him like a moist towel. It reminded him of detention bog, but the ground here didn't squelch, and the bell-shaped flowers on the vines twining around the trees smelled pleasant rather than corpse-like. He turned in a slow circle, examining his surroundings with interest, until he stepped into a cloud of tiny bugs. Then he did a lot of spitting and waving his trunk around, tripping over a rock and falling to one knee. Clumsy as always, he berated himself. At least no one was here to see it. Except, unfortunately, something was. He looked up and found himself dangerously close to an open mouth full of curved, pointy teeth. They belonged to a two-legged creature covered in bright feathers, its sharp talons carving grooves into the ground. His heart sped up in fear and wonder, mostly fear. This, presumably, was one of the infamous dinosaurs of Ixalan. With a sound between a growl and a screech, it leaped toward him. Quint dodged sideways, landing in front of another dinosaur. They were smart enough to flank. That was bad. A third larger creature joined the others. They circled, beady eyes tracking every twitch of his trunk. Perhaps he could use his magic to drop a branch on them, or make them run into each other. He started to trace a sigil in the air to drive them away. Before he completed the spell, the dinosaurs froze and looked to his left. Someone emerged from a crumbling stone structure. Tan skin, dark hair pulled back from a face he saw in profile. Her muscled arms, bracers, and the sword tucked into her belt suggested she was a warrior, while the smoothness of her skin marked her as a youth, no older than her late teens, maybe early 20s. "Pantlaza, come," she said. The third dinosaur trotted obediently to her side, even though it was tall enough that its head was at her eye level. With the flick of a hand, she dismissed the others, as if they were trained pets, and they disappeared into the jungle. The girl faced him, one of her brown eyes covered by a metal disc, like an eye patch. "Are you Quintorious Cand?" she asked. "I am," Quint replied, eyeing the vine-covered ruins. "A pyramid? Was that limestone?" With effort, he shifted his attention back to his savior. "Call me Quint. Thanks for the help. And you are?" "I'm called Vito," she said. "The warrior poet told us to expect you." "I can't wait to meet her," Quint said, fanning his face with his ears. Ixalan was a sauna compared to the dry heat of Pillar Drop. "Do all new arrivals receive a dinosaur welcoming party?" "No," she said. "We've had strangers appearing in odd locations, so patrols have increased. Can't be too careful after the war." "Understandable." Quint stepped towards the ruins. "Is this Orazka? From Sahili's descriptions I expected more gold." Vito followed his gaze. "That isn't Orazka. Come this way." Quint trailed after her. Through a gap in the trees, sunlight glinted on metal. He moved toward the light, shading his eyes as he stepped past the barrier of foliage and saw the full, blinding brilliance of the golden city in the valley below. Spires like needles reached high into the blue sky. Burnished rods and buildings stretched into the distance, and at the center an enormous temple rose like a gleaming mountain. Ah, Quint said. Yes, that is more gold. He rubbed the afterimage from his eyes. I don't suppose you could guide me. Are you busy? Do you know the city well? Well enough, Wyatta replied, crossing her arms over her chest. Better than I do, I'm sure, Quint said. True, Wyatta cracked a smile. You trust easily. You didn't let the dinosaurs have a loxodon for lunch, Quint said. That's good enough for me. They hiked down the hillside to the arch towering over the gates to the city. People, carts, and dinosaurs jostled for space, watched by guards wearing silver helmets with wing-like crests and wielding spears adorned with bright orange feathers. The broad central avenue funneled them into a market, stalls and blankets arranged in concentric circles that spread out from a fountain at the center, fed by aqueducts. Some stares followed Quint, but he ignored them as he trailed after Wyatta, examining spiny pinkish fruit here, gem-studded necklaces there. It was hard to believe this place had been battered by war, but the wounds still showed in fallen buildings and gouged walls, and unevenly colored patches in the streets beneath his boots. They reached the palace entrance, where Wyatta consulted with the guard while Quint inspected the designs on the walls, the red and white paint faded with age. He was surprised to find depictions of a sphinx. He hadn't realized their influence extended to this plane as well. This one seemed to be giving something to a smaller figure, or perhaps receiving a gift. Before he could continue his examination, another guard appeared and led them, not into the vast pyramid, but around it, to an unadorned building partially damaged by magic near the edge of the city. Acid-eaten holes marred the door, while scorch marks on the walls traced gruesome outlines of the presumably deceased humans who had once stood there. "This way," Wyatta said, gesturing for him to precede her. Quint stepped into a bare room with stairs at the back. Voices drifted up as he descended, finding himself in a much larger room, covered in painted murals and reliefs of warriors emerging from a cave to worship a figure with a sun glyph behind their head. On the floor, a series of copper tablets were laid out, carved with glyphs and inlaid with jade, cinnabar, and gems, amber, turquoise, and rose quartz, if he wasn't mistaken. Along another wall, this one decorated with warriors fighting some impossibly tall bipedal creature, a door made of gold and silver and copper stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Rectangular alcoves in the door suggested the tablets had been set into them. Two women paused their conversation as he entered. Both had brown skin, dark hair and eyes, but the similarities ended there. Saheeli was taller, with sharper features, and wore a deep red dress and elaborately wrought golden jewelry, while the other, presumably Huatli, carried herself like Wyatta, like a warrior, her silver armor supporting that assessment. She sat on the floor, surrounded by the tablets, until the dinosaur Pantlaza ran over and knocked her down like a massive, eager puppy. "Quint, you made it!" Saheeli exclaimed, rushing to his side. "Welcome to Ixalan! Sorry I wasn't there to greet you, but the omen paths are less flexible than planeswalking. This is my partner, Huatli." "A pleasure," Huatli said, trying to see him past the dinosaur's head. "I had hoped Pantlaza would be less energetic after some exercise outdoors, but clearly I was mistaken." "He had some fun sneaking up on me, at least," Quint said. "Thanks for inviting me here, by the way. When Saheeli told me you'd found evidence of the Coin Empire here, I knew I had to see it." "Have you figured out who your long-dead friends are?" Saheeli asked, touching his arm lightly. "Not yet," Quint said. "I've tracked them through various planes, but they're still an enigma. The Coin Empire isn't even their name, just something I call them." He trailed off, examining the tablets. "Is this the project you needed help with?" "It is," Huatli said, smiling up at Saheeli. I believe there's the key to opening this. She gestured at the huge door. The glyphs form a poem, and the parts I've translated suggest we'll find the birthplace of humanity and home of the gods somewhere beyond. That's quite a claim, Quint said, squinting. A trumpet of excitement escaped him as he pointed to one of the tablets with his trunk. Those are coins! They're just like the ones... Huatli! Are you still down there? The sun will forget your face if you don't come out occasionally. A man descended the stairs, muscular and armored, radiating calm and amusement. Huatli grinned at the newcomer. Inti, welcome, she said. Did one of your sisters send you because I missed a meal again? Inti smiled as he scratched Pantlaza's head ridge. I had heard our guests had arrived. Yes, I came to check on you and Sahili. You can't eat ancient rocks no matter how hard your head is. Quint, this is Inti, said Huatli. Seneschal of the Sun, dinosaur rider, hero of the war against the Phyrexians. And her cousin, Sahili added. Quint inclined his head politely, his gaze sneaking back to the coins on the tablets. Before you ask, Huatli said, raising a hand, I haven't found anything about weapons or magic we can use against the Dusk Legion. Quint flared one of his ears in her direction. Weapons? Dusk Legion. The Emperor grows more impatient, Inti said, his voice now more carefully neutral, as if he were reciting someone else's words. He once again asks if the door could be opened using other methods. He wants to break it down, Sahili explained. Quint grimaced. Break a priceless artifact. How could anyone even suggest it? The tree with the shallow roots will not weather the storm, Huatli replied, shaking her head. Tell him I'm almost finished. We'll continue preparations then, Inti said. You're sure this won't be just a closet? If it's full of rubber balls, I'm going to tease you about it forever. I'm sure, Huatli said. Be ready for a long journey, not a game. Inti left. Pantlaza curled up in a corner, and Sahili began to massage Huatli's shoulders. Huatli sighed and rolled her head forward. You're doing your best, Sahili said. So are you, Huatli replied. How are your creations coming along? Sahili laughed. I made the mistake of wondering out loud if I could make them breathe fire. The Emperor was extremely interested. So was Quint, honestly. Sahili's artificer skills were legendary. Strixhaven could charge double tuition for any class she taught, and it would still be full to the rafters. Huatli wrapped an arm around Sahili's leg. I just don't want more war, Huatli said softly. A fine sentiment for the Emperor's warrior poet, eh? And I want you to be safe, Sahili said, crouching down to embrace Huatli more tightly. Hard to imagine safety with every plane devoted to discovering new forms of danger, but that's what fire-breathing dinosaur constructs are for. I suppose you should get back to your workshop, Huatli murmured. I suppose I should, Sahili agreed. Quint averted his eyes to give them a semblance of privacy. Sahili waved at Quint as she climbed the steps, blowing a last kiss to Huatli before she left. Huatli cleared her throat, skin flushed. Ready to begin? Always, Quint said, prepared to call the magic that would help him translate. What do you have so far? Within moments they were settled into their task, and Quint couldn't have been happier. Malcom. The body slumped in a pile of half-rotted leaves in the jungle, close enough to Sunray Bay that Malcom could have walked instead of flying. Bluecoats milled around him, taking measurements and drawing pictures, speaking in low voices that grated on his siren hearing, and his nerves. "One of your people, Lee?" asked the man in charge of the scene. It was hard to tell. Strange clusters of mushrooms obscured the corpse's features like red sores, erupting from his mouth and one of his eye sockets. Black veins traced his ashen skin, more fungi growing along his neck and arms. He seemed to be rapidly deteriorating, and yet he'd been alive only a few hours earlier, according to the local who found him. "I think this is Lank," Malcom said finally. "He was a miner in downtown." He raised his eyes to the bluecoats. "Captain Vance said he had a note." The man held out a scrap of folded paper to Malcom, who pinched it between 2 fingers and shook it open. "Downtown under attack," it read. "Send help." It was signed by the mayor, Xavier Saul, the spattered uneven ink suggesting he'd scrawled it in an enormous hurry. That explained why deliveries from the mine had slowed, then stopped a few days earlier, bringing the rest of Sunray Bay's economy, and by extension, the entire Brazen Coalition's, to a grinding halt. Captain Vance had already ordered Malcom, downtown's official emissary, to go back to investigate, and Malcom had been eager to oblige. He owned shares in the lucrative mine, and more importantly, he had friends there. Now he knew to expect the worst. "What do you think?" the bluecoat asked. "Foul magic?" "Looks like it," Malcom said. "But who? And why?" The Brazen Coalition had plenty of enemies. The Sun Empire was eager to push so-called invaders out of their territory. The River Heralds raided on and off, trying to stop the earthquakes and runoff caused by the mines, though they'd been quieter of late. Too quiet. The Dire Keel fleet chafed against the edicts of Governor Brass, and might see this as a way to take high and dry back for themselves by undercutting their source of wealth. Even the Dusk Legion vampires were trying to gain a foothold, wanting riches to take back to Torrezon. They'd just as soon move in like hermit crabs and run the place themselves. Any one of their rivals would be happy to cause trouble in downtown, but no one had yet stepped forward to claim responsibility. Sadly, the corpse had no answers. Malcom would have to do his own digging and hope he struck gold. "Amalia." "Come to me," the voice whispered. A vast sea of sand stretched before Amalia. Dotted with stone islands, the far shore lost in shadow. "Come to me." Waterfalls of fire poured like molten metal down the walls of a vast cavern, bright and scorching. "Come to me." A round golden door loomed, etched with sigils in a language like the Sun Empire's Itzokan, yet different. "Come!" Amalia bolted upright in her saddle, her arms aching as if she'd been pushed. She blinked owlishly at Cavellino, the commander of soldiers who protected the expedition. He scowled, showing his fangs. "You are about to fall," he said accusingly, his voice rough. "Thank you," she replied, still catching her breath. He rode away, cold-eyed as always. Above her, the branches of jungle trees wove together like a ceiling of leaves and vines, the air musty with the scent of wet earth from recent rains. Amalia felt a pang of homesickness for the library on her family's estate. It was easy to dream of adventure surrounded by books and peace. Much harder to savor it when tiny worms hanging from invisible threads fell into her collar, and dinosaurs sprang out at her from the green, and storms tried to soak all her maps every afternoon as regularly as the chiming of a clock. Still, after the war, she wanted to do something worthwhile with her life, something more than poring over dusty tomes. The position of cartographer for the Queen's Bay Company promised precisely that, and now here she was, mapping the wilds of Ixalan. "How are you feeling?" Bartolome del Presidio, one of the high officers of the company, smiled kindly from her left. Amalia couldn't tell him about her strange visions, or the voice that whispered to her. If she were in the throes of a blood fast, it would have been understandable, but she had fed recently, and yet she kept falling into a trance, seeing and hearing things that weren't there. "I'm fine, thank you," Amalia replied. "I'm still becoming accustomed to the travel arrangements." "Rough, yes?" Bartolome said. "Do your best. I have a balm that helps with fatigue. I'll give you some when we stop." I'm very grateful, Amalia said. Bartolome flicked his reins and moved up in their procession. They were about 30, all told, between the soldiers, the servants, and the penitents seeking absolution for crimes committed in Torrezon. At the front, stiff-backed on his massive mount, Vito de Pasamonte led their expedition. He barely acknowledged her when they first met, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts and priorities, and that hadn't changed during their long sea voyage or in the days since they left Queen's Bay. When he wasn't barking orders or staring moodily at nothing, he read and reread a battered book no one else was allowed to see. Bartolome tried to borrow it once. Vito grabbed him by the throat and pinned him to a tree. She got the sense that the two vampires didn't share the same goals. For all that, they purported to have a common purpose. A temple of Aclazotz supposedly awaited them deep in the depths of this continent. Inside that temple, a door. And behind that door, hopefully, a solution to the growing schism that threatened to split the Church of Dusk in a spasm of violence worse than the Apostacene Wars. Was it the door in her visions? Amalia wouldn't know until they found it. Until then, she had work to do. She returned her attention to her cartomancy, pulling out the increasingly detailed map of their journey. Their path from Queen's Bay was a red trail that shimmered faintly at their present location. She pricked her smallest finger with one of her fangs, then daubed the bloody digit in a small well of ash, mixing it. So combined, she smeared the solution across the surface of the map, imbuing it with her intent. Slowly, like ink feathering across wet paper, the mix of blood and ash spread to fill the blank portions of her scroll in precise detail. "Come to me!" Amalia shivered, wishing she knew whose voice called to her, hoping, dreading that she'd soon find out. Huatli. The translation was finished. Huatli stretched and glanced at Quint, who studied his notes. Weta stood in a corner, watching them with interest. Huatli repeated the translation to herself, savoring the rhythms of the poem. "We are the Kamon of the fifth people, sticks and spades of the good place, granted to us by the deep gods, exiled to the surface by our failures. We defeated the great betrayer. We fought the traitors, invaders, imprisoners of Chimley, the riven star, the glory of her threefold light hidden. The age of the sun ended in darkness for 16 full counts of her turning, until the 1,000 moons shattered the cycling shell of her prison." "What's a full count?" Quint asked. 20, Huatli replied absently. "A turning is likely a year. If their system is like ours, that would mean 320 years. 3 centuries of darkness?" Quint exclaimed. "Incredible." "Horrible," Huatli murmured. "How could anyone imprison a god?" "This is the god you believe is like yours?" Quint asked. "Yes," Huatli said. "Ours is the threefold sun, though we never call them Chimley." She closed her eyes. "It may be heretical to think they are the same." Quint made a shrug-like gesture with his trunk. "The mysteries of the plains are never-ending. New discoveries often rewrite old histories." Huatli cocked her head at him. "You sound like you've had experience with that." "I certainly have. Remind me to tell you about my mentor sometime." Quint tapped a line on his notes. "What about this part?" Huatli scanned the tablet. "We leave this memory and key and map so the seeds of our fruit may spread through the winding ways of Topiziello to Mazzalani, golden door of the gods, and find the lost roots of our tree." "I don't think it means this door," Huatli said. "There must be another beyond it." "Far beyond, if winding ways are an indication," Quint said. "Not that we'll ever find it unless we get this one open." Huatli examined the door. The tablets containing the poem had been embedded in the metal when they were found, but she'd quickly discovered that they were removable. Behind the tablets were faint glyphs, one per tablet recess, each a single word. Have you replaced the tablets in the order you found them? Quint asked. Yes, that didn't work, Huatli said. Perhaps a verbal command, Quint suggested. I opened a similar door by reciting part of the Canticle of Jed. The what? It's an important Loxodon story. Never mind, it was just an idea. What could I recite? Huatli mused. The poem? Quint asked. Huatli examined the door's glyphs again. Warrior, leaf, farmer, shadow. Simple, common words. None of them matched the glyphs on the various tablets. She read through the poem one more time, looking for patterns she might have missed. Oh, she exclaimed, I have an idea. She reached for the tablet with the line, We fought the betrayers, and slid it into the hole with the symbol of the warrior. Nothing happened. You might need to put them all in the right spots first, Quint said encouragingly. Huatli placed the tablet with Lost Branches of Our Tree, with the leaf symbol. Then Sticks and Spades of the Good Place, with the farmer symbol. Then The Age of the Sun ended in darkness, with the shadow glyph. On and on she went, until all the tablets were slotted into the door. A whisper of magic touched her fingers, and the space around each tablet glowed softly. The glow spread to the edges of the door, and with a deep bass note, it cracked open. How did you... Quint began. The glyphs on the door matched the tablets, Huatli said. Just not directly. Symbolic motifs. Ah, of course, Quint gestured with his trunk. Care to do the honors? Huatli gripped the edge of the door and pulled. It made a grinding noise where it dragged across the floor, stale air rushing through the gap. Beyond, a sloping tunnel awaited, cold and dry and dusty, broad enough to fit the smaller pack dinosaurs. Get a torch, she told Weta, who quickly complied. They descended, Huatli leading the way with Quint behind her, Weta and another warrior in the rear. At the bottom of the tunnel, they found a room large enough to fit a pyramid inside. A row of corpses crouched on the ground in front of the tunnel entrance, wrapped in linen cloth. Strands of jade and cinnabar beads hung from their necks, and strips of bark were tucked into the bands around their eyes. They seemed to be warriors, their weapons resting near their bony hands, though their armor was different from what she and Weta wore. Beneath their burial linens, their bones glowed a faint pinkish purple, in strange patterns that throbbed with magic. What is that? Quint asked, pointing. The remains of a massive humanoid creature dominated the opposite corner of the room. Its its horns brushed the ceiling. Dozens of spears bristled from its body, looking small as arrows. Some of their hafts snapped despite being made of metal. Rust-colored armor encased its body, with curves and gaps like something between a skeleton and a cage. Desiccated gray skin was visible beneath, and hands the size of a person ended in curved talons. I've never seen anything like it, Huatli muttered. It's bigger than the largest dinosaurs, Zakama excepted. Safe to assume it killed these people, Quint said, but it was wearing armor. No ordinary beast then. Why were they fighting, I wonder? Perhaps answers await further in, Huatli replied. To the guard she said, Find the Seneschal and the Imperial Champion. Tell them we leave as soon as the pack dinosaurs are ready. The guard saluted and hastened to deliver the message to Inti and Caparocti. Huatli retreated more slowly, leaving Quint to inspect the remains with Weta, the torch's flame casting eerie shadows on the walls. She cast a last glance at the kneeling warriors and the monstrous corpse in the corner before climbing back up the stairs. Would she be able to find a path to peace down in the deeps as she hoped, or was this long-ago battle an omen that her quest was doomed from the start? Saheeli waited in the room above, and Huatli sighed in pleasure as she buried her face in her partner's neck. I wasn't gone that long, Saheeli said, her calloused fingers sneaking into a gap in Huatli's armor to brush her skin. And yet it always feels like forever, Huatli replied. Let's have a coffee, just us. Now that the door is open, we'll be departing soon. To where? Saheeli's eyes, lined with kohl, widened. What did you find? Death and darkness, Huatli muttered. Come on, my heart. I need to take my fill of you before we part. She pulled Saheeli out into the sunlight, twining her hands as they walked the golden streets together in companionable silence. Malcom. The name Downtown started as a joke and stuck. The mining camp was split between an outpost on the surface and the main village underground in a huge cavern. The actual mine was an ancient, dry cenote that delved deep into the earth, tunnels extending into the rock at various levels like spokes in a machine with hundreds of wheels. Wooden buildings were scattered around the lip of the vast hole, no particular rhyme or reason to their placement beyond the whims of their builders. Cranes and catwalks extended over the void, supporting pulley-operated elevators, while hydraulic lifts and switchback stairs hugged the walls. More pulleys hauled up buckets of ore that was piled into carts on tracks that crisscrossed the ground. Refineries handled chemical and magical conversions. Other processing areas managed the manual cleaning, and silos were filled with product ready for delivery to the surface. Everything was usually lit by giant daylight lamps, magical and mundane, as well as personal torches and candles and lanterns. The lamps were dark as far as Malcom could tell. Downtown was entirely empty except for himself and the people he'd brought from Sunray Bay to help with the investigation. Breeches adjusted his three-cornered hat with a blue-furred hand. His gold eyes narrowed. "All gone!" the goblin screeched. "All gone," Malcom agreed, frowning. Raw ore sat in mine carts, left mid-track, and in barrels and crates, some overturned. Sorting tables were piled high with partially cleaned metals or crystals, brushes and chisels resting nearby as if their users were about to return from a break. The doors to the dormitories stood open, beds rumpled as if hastily abandoned. Food rotted in kitchens and eating areas, and the smell of mold permeated everything. The only signs of violence were scorch marks on some buildings and a scattering of dropped weapons. Malcom examined a pickaxe with a strange, sticky substance on it. Blood? He wasn't going to touch it to find out. All of downtown's pulley elevators were fastened at the top of their cranes, as if they'd been pulled up to defend against a siege from below. All except one. Malcom held up his lantern as he approached that lift. It was so dark he almost stepped into the lines of ichor painted on the ground nearby. He knelt to examine them more closely. One word, the letters thick and blocky. Down. The feathers on his arms ruffled. If this was a trap, they'd be walking right into it. But how else could he find out what happened to an entire missing town? Like the guttering flame in his lantern, he nursed a faint hope that survivors might be found and rescued. "You," he said, pointing at one of his companions. "Go back to Sunray Bay and tell them what we've found. You," he said, pointing at another. "Stay up here and wait for us." Breeches stood at the edge of the void, an inscrutable expression on his goblin face. "Down?" he asked. "Yes," Malcom said, staring at the message. "Down." Amalia. The crumbling ruins of the temple to Aclazotz were partially reclaimed by the jungle, vines choking the walls, tree roots cracking the stone floors, branches piercing the fallen ceiling. As the blood-red ink of Amalia's spell filled out another area of her map, the soldiers and servants milled around the forward camp, established by those who had arrived days earlier. A hush fell over the gathering as Vito walked among them, radiating resolve and menace. In one hand he carried a lance, its point a few headspans above his head. In the other, he gripped the book that never left his sight. His blue eyes seemed to blaze with an inner light, and the vampires moved closer, as if he were a magnet and they were all metal shavings.
"This lance," Vito began, holding up the weapon, "was wielded by Venerable Tarion, in whose footsteps we follow. This journal," he held up the book, "it contains a record of his travels with Saint Elenda and his revelations, suppressed by the Church and recently recovered by true believers."
True believers? Amalia stiffened. Surely he didn't mean supporters of the Antifax. She'd heard some of the stories.
"Inside this temple," Vito continued, "is a door that leads to the resting place of our ancient god and sire, Aclazotz, creator of the first vampires. Though he slumbers, he can be reawakened by his most faithful servants."
Awaken a god? Was such a thing possible? Amalia bit her lip, wincing as her fangs pierced her flesh. Perhaps she wasn't alone in her thoughts, because a low murmur went up among the crowd. Vito raised the lance, and silence fell again.
"If we return Aclazotz to Torrezon, as this scripture promises, he will heal the faithful and bring peace to the land. The schism will end, and we will once again be free to spread our catechism to this savage continent."
Something in his tone made Amalia shiver, despite the heat. Healing and peace sounded like a righteous cause, but at what cost? Was anyone else as unnerved as she was? Bartolome watched Vito with a carefully neutral expression, so she hid her feelings as well. Who knew what Vito might do if challenged?
"Onward, then," Vito said, gesturing with the lance, "to our destiny."
Vito entered the ruined temple, and with a prescient chill, Amalia joined the procession that followed him. Inside the cenote, broad and deep, the curving stairs carved into the side, slick with moisture. Some vampires carried lanterns, others lit their way with floating candles, tethered to their packs or belts by long chains. At the bottom of the staircase, a doorway led into a room with multiple recesses in the walls. Amalia peered into one, finding a moldering pile of bones. She backed away, bumping into Cavellino, who hissed at her and shoved her forward. The catacombs continued, room after room filled with the bones of the dead. Priests? Old sacrifices? Did she really want to know? The flames at her back flickered as she walked, casting shadows on every wall. At last they reached a large circular room, full of empty candelabras, with a grooved obsidian altar in front of a golden door. Saint Elenda was said to have emerged from such a door. To Amalia's surprise, this was not the door in her visions. One of the soldiers attempted to open it, but it remained stubbornly closed. 2 more soldiers joined the first to no effect.
"Perhaps it cannot be opened," Bartolome mused. "Have we come so far for nothing?" "Aclazotz, guide me," Vito said, his voice echoing in the enclosed space. "Clavellino, bring me one of the porters."
Clavellino did as commanded, and soon one of the pale-faced human servants from the camp entered, hands clenched nervously.
"Be not afraid," Vito said. "Venerable Tarion has written, 'The blood of the Lamb shall open the door to paradise.' We are being tested, and we must be strong. Come to me."
The porter approached him hesitantly. Vito rested his hand on the man's head, gazing into his eyes with a benevolent smile.
"Put him on the altar," Vito said.
Clavellino obeyed, lifting the man off the ground with vampiric strength. The porter struggled, wailing as the soldier attempted to lay him on the obsidian slab. Clavileño did not budge. Vito's gaze fell on Amalia, and she shivered.
"You," he said, "help hold him down."
Amalia cringed, arm raised as if to shield herself.
"His sacrifice will mean his salvation," Vito said. "Do as I say."
"You corrupt the sacred blood rites," Bartolome protested.
"The rites of the church are a pale imitation of the true sacraments of Aclazotz," Vito said dismissively. "The journal will help us unlock his power, and you will understand."
Amelia stared at Bartolome, appalled, hoping he would stop this travesty. Instead, he backed away, his face once again a mask. Vito gestured at another soldier.
"Help Clavileño!"
His orders were obeyed, and soon the porter lay prone on the altar, limbs outstretched, keening piteously. Vito tucked the journal under one arm and unsheathed the knife at his hip.
"We offer your life to Aclazotz. This blood is our covenant, everlasting as the life promised to us. In his darkness we are made holy."
With a single swipe, Vito cut the victim's throat. The altar blazed to life, its blackness seeming to glow. Instead of spraying into the air, the blood flowed down the grooves in the altar, to the floor and across to the door, which brightened with the same luminescent darkness. The door groaned open. A gust of stagnant air emerged from the tunnel beyond, like the breath of some foul carrion eater, the flames in the room guttering wildly.
"Praise Aclazotz!"
Vito intoned. Bartolome remained silent as Vito issued orders to the soldiers to prepare for departure.
"Come to me."
Amalia drew a shaky breath, telling herself the whispery voice wasn't stronger than the last time it spoke to her. One of the candles hovering at her back abruptly blew out, deepening the shadows around her, and she hoped it wasn't a portent of what was to come. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Episode 2, written by Valerie Valdez. Weta. Room after room, tunnel after tunnel, Weta followed the warrior poet and her Loxodon assistant deeper into the earth. She and 19 of her fellow warriors reported to Inti and Capricotti, imperial officers sent by the Emperor to aid Huatli in her mission. All were armed and ready to face any foes they might find, but so far their most dangerous enemy was dust. Weta scratched the scarred skin under her eye patch, the injury a tangible reminder of all she'd lost in the war against the Phyrexians. When she'd lied about her age to join the ranks of Ixalan's defenders, her chosen path had seemed so clear and simple. She'd gone where she was told, eaten and slept when she was told, fought when she was told. After the invasion, she turned away from the once comforting jungles of her home, now filled with ghosts of her fallen comrades. But no matter how far she sailed with the Brazen Coalition, no matter how often she treaded the boards at high and dry, or scraped barnacles off of the sides of ships, the threefold sun followed her, watched over her, warmed her when she shivered with old fears. Gradually the worst of the shadows in her heart were chased away by light. She'd left the pirates and returned to the Sun Empire a year older, heard about this expedition in Pachatupa, and knew it was precisely the challenge and distraction she'd been looking for. Now here she was, back in her old armor, down in the dark, searching for other people's ghosts. At least hers remained on the surface. Quint and Huatli examined yet another painting in yet another room, illuminated by a globe affixed to Huatli's chest plate, carrying the light of the threefold sun. Their pack dinosaurs stamped restlessly, and even the usually well-behaved Pantlaza trilled and growled his displeasure. Weta sympathized. "More signs of struggle," Huatli murmured, running her hand along a gouge marring the picture, which depicted a battle.
And more of that pinkish-purple pigment, Quint said. You're sure you've never encountered it before?
I'm sure, Huatli replied. One of the half-dozen pack dinosaurs reared. Weta sent it a soothing thought as its embarrassed handler tugged at its harness, the lights dangling from the leather swaying and casting strange shadows.
Careful, Inti said. Don't want to break any more pottery. Pottery?
Quint asked, ears perking up. He followed Inti's gesture and knelt to rummage through a pile of broken ceramics and other objects. He picked something up with his trunk and touched it to his tongue. Weta cringed.
Bone,
Quint said solemnly.
Disgusting, Caparocti said. Huatli, may we continue?
Reluctantly, Huatli left the mural behind. On they went, climbing down tunnels and hiking through the dark, cold caverns. At nearly every place where their path narrowed, they found barricades and bodies, some prepared for rest like the ones in the first room, others lying where they fell, weapons clutched in bony fingers. Weta tried not to lose herself in memories of her own battles, slipping on blood, comrades screaming, the scent of magic and sweat and death. She wondered whether conflict was inevitable, whether peace was transient and fragile like so much bone and clay.
Hello, what is this?
Quint said. He and Huatli stopped again, and soon Weta saw what had halted them. This chamber contained a chasm full of glowing green fog, the ceiling carved with giant glyphs whose meaning eluded her. Huge blocks of stone, each bearing its own glyph, stretched across the chasm like a bridge. Gaps between the stones would make crossing difficult. Caparocti dropped a pebble into the fog. No sound signaled its landing. That's bad, Inti noted dryly. Weta agreed. The poem speaks of this, Huatli said, brow furrowing, and recited the lines. Pass across the mists of time, stone by stone, foot and hand, eyes sharp, heart strong, breathing calm, begin again to reach the end. Huatli ran her finger along a panel set into the wall, also bearing the same glyphs. I wonder what this is meant to be. Several symbols were missing or broken, pieces of the stone littering the ground below. Weta rolled the riddle's words across her tongue like spiced meat. She hadn't studied the old tongues the way Huatli had. The war had stolen that possibility from her. But if this were like the other door...
Do the glyphs on the bridge match the words in the poem?
Weta asked. Huatli nodded. As before, not directly. There is sandal and there is palm. She pointed at each stone as she spoke, a path forming in Weta's mind.
And begin again suggests the pattern repeats, Quint added. Well done.
Weta stepped forward.
Let me try, warrior poet.
Huatli nodded, her expression softening. Good luck. Handing her pack to another warrior, Weta stepped back from the edge of the chasm and said a quick prayer to Tilanali, the burning sun, for strength. She ran and leaped onto the first stone. It remained firm beneath her boots. She exhaled in relief, then jumped to the next one. On she went, one after another, growing bolder as the opposite side of the chasm drew closer. Her boldness made her sloppy, and after an awkward landing, she stumbled onto an adjacent stone. Without warning, it fell into the fog. Weta leapt and gripped the correct stone before the fog swallowed her. As she pulled herself up, the platforms began to rearrange themselves with a grinding sound, and she nearly lost her grip. She glanced to her left, seeing her death in a stone racing towards her to knock her away or crush her. Strong hands grabbed her arms and hauled her up. Caparocti released her once she was safe, and she struggled to calm the racing of her heart.
Thank you,
Weta said.
It's nothing,
Caparocti replied.
Let's finish this.
Weta nodded and collected herself, proceeding more carefully. Together they reached the end, finding a panel of glyphs on the wall that matched the ones floating behind them, and the broken ones on the other side.
"What will that do?"
Caparocti asked. "I think..." Weta touched the glyphs in the order mentioned in the poem, and they glowed briefly. The platforms slid together, forming a solid bridge, much easier to cross. Caparocti whistled and gestured for the rest of the group to cross as Weta schooled herself into stillness.
"Where did you serve?"
Caparocti asked, gaze sharp as a blade.
"To Huatli,"
Weta replied.
"Anyone who survived there would be a valuable asset in the coming war with the Dusk Legion,"
he said. Weta looked respectfully past his shoulder.
"Are you sure war is coming?" "As sure as day follows night," he replied. "The colonizers must be eliminated, or they will never stop trying to rule us. Might protects our empire."
Weta thought again of the bodies they had passed in the caves, and the ones that filled her dreams, wondering what the price of that strength might be. Malcom. Elevators, Malcom decided, were a special form of punishment created just for sirens. So were caves. He and his crew were on their 10th, 11th elevator, their headlamps and shoulder lights barely cutting through the darkness of the cenote. Well, he could easily use his dowsing skills to find ore. Finding missing people was beyond the scope of his magic. Each time they reached the end of an elevator, they searched for a sign of downtown's residents, finding a muddle of tracks in the ore dust that suggested many people moving in one direction. Every level had its own cutouts and branching caves dug into the walls, and each showed signs of its workers joining the mass exodus ever downward. Their descent halted with a jolt and a thump. Malcom stepped off and stretched his wings, looking around.
"No gold! No gems!"
Breeches screeched.
"Hush up," Malcom said. "We don't need our enemy to know we're coming."
Breeches flicked his tail and ambled over to the entrance of a tunnel. The next elevator awaited them on the other side of the cenote. Malcom was about to start the lengthy process of setting up counterweights and checking the lines when Breeches screeched again.
"I said hush,"
Malcom hissed. Still, he raced over to see what Breeches was excited about. A haphazard trail of tools seemed to lead into one of the tunnels rather than out, though it was hard to tell the difference. The way the handles fell, the scuff marks on the ground. More telling were the smeared markings on the walls and floors, like blood but greenish-black. The air smelled faintly of mold and rot, turning Malcom's stomach.
"Come on,"
Malcom said, gesturing for two of his people to follow.
"The rest of you, get that elevator ready."
He adjusted the light on his shoulder and drew his sword. The deeper into the tunnel he went, the stronger the fetid smell grew. The fungus sprouting from the walls became thicker and more prevalent, its faint greenish glow too bright to ignore. It was beautiful, in a way, yet it made his flesh prickle and his feathers stand on end. At the end of the tunnel, a cavern opened, its ceiling uncomfortably low and spiked with stalactites. Their counterpart stalagmites rose from the ground to meet them. Fungus covered the ceiling like a thick carpet, its glow casting eerie shadows around the room.
"A sign!"
Breeches whispered. He nudged something with his blade, a pile of bones stripped clean of flesh and half covered in black mold.
"That can't be our people," Malcom murmured. "There hasn't been enough time for—"
He stopped, thinking of the corpse of poor Lank, mushrooms erupting from his eyes and mouth, decomposing faster than he should.
"Boss,"
one of the pirates said urgently, pointing. In the shadows at the opposite end of the cavern, something moved. Multiple somethings. The other pirate turned his headlamp on that area. With a hiss like a cockroach, something lurched sideways, out of the light. Mottled flanks, scales, fungal growths bursting from raw flesh, a flash of an eye in a head more skull than skin.
"We need to go,"
Malcom muttered.
"Now!"
A scream from Malcom's left receded into a side tunnel, abruptly ending in a wet crunch.
"Storm and sea, what was that?"
the first pirate asked. A roar answered, like a dinosaur's, but wrong, wet, the way a sailor breathed when they'd just been fished out of the drink. As one, the pirates pointed their lamps toward the sound, their staccato heartbeats loud to Malcom's siren senses. A horror emerged from the passage behind them, the living corpse of a raptor, half its snout rotted away, the rest bristling with teeth and fungal tentacles that rippled like anemones. More revolting than Lank had been, because at least he was dead. Nothing so decayed should be skulking around. It moved stiffly, awkwardly, broken claws alternately tapping and scraping the stone ground. Mushroom-like gills fluttered in its neck, hissing soft, pale clouds of dust. Not dust, spores. "Cover your mouths!" Malcom cried, fumbling for the bandana around his neck. "Back to the elevator!" The raptor leapt at the nearest pirate, who fended it off with her cutlass. Her wildly swinging lamp illuminated more of the beasts slinking out of the tunnel, fungal strands attached to their limbs seeming to shift as if pulled by some invisible puppeteer. Their heads swiveled in eerie unison to face Malcom. Any courage he might have pretended to feel shriveled under their dead gazes. Malcom grabbed Breeches by the collar of his vest and ran. Vito. A chipped mosaic adorned the wall, depicting a bat-winged form hovering above prostrate servants. Aclazotz. Yet another sign that Vito's pilgrimage proceeded according to divine will. Bartolome studied the image at a discreet distance, illuminated by the enchanted candelabra tethered to his belt. Vito harbored no illusions about the Queen's Bay Company director or his loyalties. Bartolome no doubt hoped to find riches in their travels to send back to Queen Miralda and her sycophants. They were too devoted to Saint Elenda and the old scriptures and their own greed to embrace the suppressed truths of Aclazotz. And then there was the cartomancer, Amalia Benavides Aguirre. She appeared to be studiously mapping their progress with her magic, but sometimes he caught her lapsing into silences, staring at nothing, her lips moving as if she was speaking. Was she, too, hearing Aclazotz calling to her? No, Vito had been chosen for this task, and he alone served as the instrument of the divine. He would prove himself worthy to bring Aclazotz to Alta Terrazon, ending the tiresome theological debates that plagued his people. They would embrace their vampiric strength and reject the sanctimonious humility and restraint preached by Saint Elenda. Never again would Torrazon be chained, physically or spiritually. He caressed the cover of the Journal of Venerable Terian. Here, at least, was a kindred spirit. If what the journal said was true, it was no wonder the church wanted no one to know of it. "Hierophant," Clavileño said, interrupting his reverie. "We found another door." Like the first one, this door was also preceded by an altar and similar grooves in the floor. Once again, Aclazotz asked for a sacrifice. Vito was all too honored to give it. This time he did not call upon Amalia to aid him. She was soft, as so many were among the nobility. The war had penetrated some of their layers of swaddling, but not all. Clavileño and another soldier held the servant down as Vito cut his throat, blood pouring down the obsidian altar and toward the door. The shining dark magic unsealed the portal, which ponderously ground open, scraping grooves into the floor. Vito cleaned his knife as he peered inside, stiffening in surprise. Where before he had found narrow tunnels leading deeper into the earth, now instead Vito faced a massive underground desert, unearthly light filtering in from tunnels in the ceiling. Rough stone pillars and sinkholes like whirlpools disrupted the smooth surface of the ocean of sand. A collapsed monument to something other than Aclazotz had been toppled and partially swallowed by the distant edge of the cavern, as if even the earth scorned its blasphemy. Huge passageways on the other side of the sandy sea, smoothly bored like mine shafts, led upwards and to the right.
"Send a scout,"
Vito told Clavileño.
"Find the tunnel with signs of Aclazotz."
The journal hadn't mentioned a place such as this, but Tarion had been gone for so long. Change was inevitable. Clavileño passed the orders to a scout who approached the edge of the sand, spear in hand. He took a half-dozen steps, using his weapon for balance. Without warning, too fast to make a sound, he vanished. A dimple in the surface marked where he had stood, but no other sign remained.
"Is this quicksand?"
one of the soldiers asked.
"I've heard of this."
"It's not supposed to be that quick," Bartolome answered. "How can we cross so much of it?" Vito would not be deterred.
"Clavileño," he said, "check from above. Find stable places to ford this treacherous sea."
He didn't consider what might happen if none were found. They would be found. He had faith. Clavileño's legs dissolved into smoke as he rose in the air. He flew back and forth across the desert, darting down to test different areas with his spear, marking solid ground by drawing a large X on each spot. By the time he returned to Vito's side, soldiers were bringing planks of wood down from the rooms they had passed, doors and remnants of furniture, and anything else long and wide enough to stand on. They formed a makeshift bridge to the first place, marked by Clavileño, who deemed it sturdy enough to support multiple people. Vito led the way, carrying the lance of Venerable Tarion like a standard. Behind him, careful footsteps and the uneasy whickering of horses followed. They had enough wood to reach the first solid ground, but the soldiers at the end of the column had to bring the wood with them, moving it up the line to be laid at the front. Progress was tedious, and sand sucked at the edges of their unstable path, clinging to boots and tinging the air with the taste and scent of salt. Something moved nearby. Vito glared, unsure what he was seeing. 5 pale forms skittered across the sand in an odd, sliding motion. Long, spindly legs, insectile bodies, narrow and segmented, folded arms tucked against their chests, like a cross between a mantis and a spider.
"Should we—"
Clavileño began. Faster than thought, 2 of the mantis spiders glided up to the column of pilgrims. Their arms snapped out, snagging a porter and a prisoner, dragging them away as they screamed and flailed. With brisk, efficient motions, the creatures used razor-sharp forearms to dismember their prey, mandibles shoving the pieces into jagged maws. Chaos erupted. The horses reared and tried to bolt. Humans cowered together as vampires moved to protect themselves and their servants.
"Purge these abominations!" Vito shouted. "For blood and glory!"
Clavileño repeated the battle cry as he brandished his spear, launching into the air, trailing black mist where his legs had been. Several of his soldiers followed suit and attacked the nearest enemy as a unit, 2 soldiers flanking while one flew above to strike from behind. Vito admired their brutal efficiency as he surveyed the rest of the combatants. Amalia murmured a spell Vito didn't recognize, raising her sword defensively against the creatures. One of them froze, seemingly held by her magic. Bartolome unfurled a whip and lashed out, wrapping it around the monster's neck. The whip's enchantment turned the end into a vicious curved blade, which neatly decapitated the mantis spider with a flick of the wrist. Vito gripped the lance of Tarion like a standard as his gaze shifted back to the flying vampires, who tore gaping wounds into the mantis spiders with blade and a spear. Soon all four were defeated, sinking into the sand, and no others seemed to be approaching. Victory was theirs.
"How many did we lose?"
Vito asked Bartolome.
"Hard to count here," Bartolome replied. "Perhaps it's best done when we reach the other side."
Vito nodded agreement.
"Keep moving,"
he said. His people obeyed, and even some of the humans rushed to help those who shook with fear or passed into an inner realm that left them empty-eyed. Eventually they made it to the far end of the cavern, where a pathway subtly marked with carved bat wings lured them onward. Bartolome organized the porters and prisoners, while Clavileño formed his soldiers into ranks. They reported that beyond the two taken by the monsters, a porter, a soldier, two prisoners, and a horse had fallen into the sand.
"We honor their sacrifice," Vito said solemnly, surveying his people. "Bloodshed is inevitable to assure the glory of Aclazotz is restored. Do not waver in your convictions, and your reward will be immeasurable."
He passed Bartolome as he entered the new tunnel, and for a moment the director's expression shifted from careful neutrality to something less sanguine. No matter. If Bartolome tried to hinder the mission, he would be eliminated. Aclazotz would rise, and the enemies of Torrezon would fall. Quint. Exploring new places would never get old, Quint was sure. Before him stretched a cavern many miles across, from edge to edge, filled with stone buildings and narrow streets. A city, Quint marveled, built into this deep cavity. He grinned, recalling a different city below the earth. At least he hadn't risked falling to his death finding this one.
"O pilgrim," Quint whispered, "what wanderer built you?"
The city was constructed from stone blocks covered in luminescent fungus, their surfaces pockmarked like a coral reef. The blue and green glow of the strange growths was eerily regular, almost mathematical, like some of the complex ritual magic circles Quintorious had studied at Lorehold. More interesting were the purple-pink lines etched into the city's central pyramid, apparently from the same pigment they'd encountered repeatedly since that first room, already so long ago. "What do you think?" Weta asked him, gesturing at the city with her chin.
"It's incredible," Quint replied. "It reminds me of Xantivar."
He wished Asterion could see this place. His old mentor would have been thrilled.
"Don't test the bones with your tongue here," Weta advised. "I don't like the look of that mold."
Quint was inclined to agree. They continued into the depths of the city, Inti and Caprocti sending warriors to look for any interesting weapons or armor, while Huatli and Quint continued to examine any glyphs and paintings they encountered. There were more bodies here, too, but unlike in other rooms, none seemed to have been given funeral rites. Instead, petrified skeletons lay where they'd fallen, some with arms outstretched, others curled with knees to chest, all of them stripped to the bone. Worse were the ones swallowed by fungal growths, mushrooms sprouting from their orifices like macabre bouquets. A faint pinkish glow in the distance attracted Quint's attention. He blinked and it disappeared, and for a moment he thought he'd imagined it. Then it happened again. He tracked it patiently through the streets, dimly aware that he'd left everyone but Weta behind. In the center of a plaza, in front of a dry fountain, Quint finally found a pile of cloth and beads, surprisingly well preserved. He examined the fabric, worried it would crumble under his touch. Instead, magic emanated from the gems and threads made from that ubiquitous purple-pink mineral, a magic both familiar and distinct. He spread the cloth carefully on the ground, smoothing it with his trunk and laying the beads next to it. Multiple strings of connected beads and knotwork, in fact. The cloth was woven in shades of purple, green, blue, and a deep blood red.
"Is that a poncho?"
Weta asked.
"You would know better than I," Quint replied. "I'm going to try a spell that may answer all of our questions."
He raised his hands and began to trace the sigils of the Rousing, its archaeomantic magics familiar from training and repeated use. The spell reached its peak, and the poncho glowed with a heatless flame as mild nausea turned his stomach. Then, suddenly, the flame's color changed, flaring the purple-pink of the gems and dyed threads. The poncho rose, hovering in the air. A turquoise glow from within coalesced into the form of an old man wearing the garment, his hair tied atop his head. He squinted at Quint and Weta.
"Who are you?"
the ghostly figure asked.
"Quintorious Cand," Quint replied. "And you are?"
"I am called..." The ghost paused, confused. "I don't know." "He looks like my abuelo," Weta muttered. The ghost's face lit up with a smile. "Abuelo, yes. I know that name. Someone called me that." His smile vanished. "But where is..." He looked around, as if seeing his surroundings for the first time. His mouth opened and closed, then his gaze snapped to Quint's. "I must warn Oticlan of the mycoid infestation. It's too late. The door must be closed." Without another word, the ghost raced off into the fungus-infested city. Oticlan? Mycoid? Door? Quint recognized one of those words, and it was an important one given their destination. He didn't hesitate. Despite his unsettled stomach, he launched himself into a run to see where the ghost would lead. Malcom. Malcom had fought dinosaurs before. These were different. His sword hacked through a mushroom-covered chest, steel sliding through skin with unusual ease. The creature didn't react, didn't recoil, didn't screech in pain. It simply attempted to bite him again. He spun away, running up the side of a rocky spire, leaping between several others before launching himself towards a clear space on the ground. The other coalition members weren't faring any better. They dodged among the stalagmites, avoiding talons and teeth. If the battle lasted much longer, they would tire and get sloppy, and then... "Big boom?" Breeches asked, standing so he and Malcom were back to back. He had abandoned his blasters for a knife in each hand, and one gripped by his tail. "Not here," Malcom said, looking up at the spiky points of the stalactites. He didn't want to risk being impaled. There was something else he could do, though he wasn't sure it would work. Malcom began to sing. His magic-infused voice echoed eerily in the cavern, like a long-forgotten lullaby or a half-remembered melody from a pleasant dream. Everyone who heard it, pirate and dinosaur, stopped to listen. Even Breeches let his knives fall limply to his sides. Malcom methodically cut his way through the enemy as he sang, hoping they wouldn't be able to attack if they were in pieces. Soon the dinosaurs had been reduced to quivering piles of parts. He stopped singing, stalked to a corner of the cavern, and threw up his last 2 meals. "Sink me, that was vile," he muttered, but at least they were alive. The other pirates emerged from their reveries, still dazed as if drunk. Breeches was the first to fully recover, taking off his hat to scratch his head, then replacing it and ambling over to Malcom's side. "No gems, no gold," Breeches said mournfully. "And no people," Malcom said. He scanned his allies for injuries, wincing at the claw and bite wounds visible on bare arms or through torn clothes. Breeches seemed fine, and he had also been fortunate. "Let's get back to the others," Malcom said. "Safety in numbers, then we'll get cleaned up and bandaged before we move on." He led the way back through the fungus-lit tunnel, to the cenote and the pirates finishing the preparations to continue descending. Nothing was amiss there, to his relief. "Now then," he began, turning his back to his injured companions. He swallowed what he'd been about to say, frowning. Their bloody wounds were not gone, but changed. Black marks like scabs had replaced slices and gouges, though none of them had cast any healing magic or used potions or poultices. More alarming, the blackness seemed to be spreading in lacy patterns, like circles connected by luminescent black veins. "Are you well?" Malcom asked. "I feel fine," they said, not quite in unison. Malcolm's eyes narrowed. He didn't like this at all. He could leave them here, or send them back up, but he still had to solve the mystery of where the downtown residents had gone. He could use the extra hands if they came across more of those dinosaurs, and perhaps they really were fine, as they said. Perhaps being so far underground was starting to get to him. When this was over, he'd take a nice long rest on a sunny beach somewhere. Vance would owe him that much, assuming he succeeded. Malcom walked to the next elevator, his steps uncomfortably heavy for a creature of the air. The depths of the cenote beckoned, cold and comfortless. Amalia. This was the third stone marker they'd encountered since leaving the desert behind. Taller than Amalia, covered in glyphs, and topped with a carving like the snarling maw of some giant cat. Was this a monument? A proclamation? Or was it a warning? An ominous sound waxed and waned around them, echoing off walls and then diminishing to a whisper. It reminded Amalia of holy oil being poured into a baptismal font, but on an unfathomably large scale. Her fresh blood filled in more of her map of these underground spaces. It was difficult to chart the topography properly, given how many different levels there were, none uniform. She squinted at some of the new lines and colors. What was that up ahead? Fire? Amalia remembered her visions and shivered. "You're not cold, are you?" Bartolome asked. She shook her head. If I were, Amalia thought, I wouldn't be soon. At precisely the place her map indicated, they found the source of the mystery noise. In a huge cavern, crisscrossed with arching natural bridges, a thunderous fall of lava cascaded down the side of a wall, bright enough to light the entire space. On some of the rocky outcroppings, stone buildings rose, while others had been carved directly into larger stalactites. How anyone could reach those without the power of flight, she couldn't imagine. Like all the areas they'd found, these seemed deserted, though in better repair. Perhaps not so deserted. Someone emerged from a nearby building, chased by half a dozen smaller figures. He raced across one of the bridges toward the vampires, wielding strange glowing swords that trailed motes of light. His clothes were unusual, a red and white tunic with a half-cape, and what looked like branches covering the upper part of his chest. "Hey there, excuse me!" he yelled at the Legion, his accent unfamiliar. "Help would be very appreciated!" His pursuers came into view, creatures like goblins, but hairless and pale. One of them threw a spear at the man, who spun gracefully and cut the length of sharpened bone into 3 pieces. Amalia stepped forward, hand falling to her own weapon. Bartolome gripped her shoulder, holding her back. Vito dismissed them both with an imperious glare, continuing down their original path. Surely he didn't intend to leave this person to his fate. Even if he did, she wouldn't. Amalia retrieved her enchanted quill and unfurled the map of the caverns, focusing on their present location. Her nib traced the line of the bridge the man crossed. If she wasn't careful, this spell might kill him. She murmured the incantation and channeled her will into her instrument, the tip glowing like a starlit night. With a delicate scratch of her quill, Amalia changed the map and changed the world. The bridge of stone partially vanished. 2 of the pale goblins fell screaming through the sudden gap beneath their feet. A third tried and failed to stop running and followed them over the edge. Amalia had misjudged the distance just enough that the man almost fell as well. He landed with his upper body mostly on the newly created outcropping, and with effort he pulled himself the rest of the way up.
Well done,
Bartolome murmured, startling Amalia. She smiled at him, relieved to have helped, until she saw Vito's annoyed expression. As she tried to figure out how to apologize, the strange man jogged over, breathing heavily. Now that he was closer, she noticed his skin was tanned like people from the Sun Empire. Unlike them, however, his ears ended in delicate points. "I'm in your debt," he said, bowing politely.
"And you are?"
Vito asked coldly.
"I'm Kellen," the man said. "Not sure what I did to provoke those, whatever they were, but I'm awfully glad you came along."
His blades disappeared, leaving him holding hilts that looked like elaborately woven twigs. He hooked these onto his belt.
"Where did you come from?"
Bartolome asked.
"Eldraine," Kellen replied. "It doesn't matter," Vito interrupted, glaring at Bartolome. "He is none of our concern."
"You will die if we leave him here," Bartolome protested.
"We are on a holy quest and cannot afford distractions."
Amalia cleared her throat. "I'll take responsibility for him. We have lost too many. Perhaps he can help." Vito and Bartolome stared at her in silence, until finally Vito bared his teeth.
"Report anything suspicious to me immediately," Vito snapped.
He returned to his place at the front of the expedition, his lance raised like a beacon. Bartolome leaned close to Amalia's ear. "Do not openly defy him again," he whispered. Amalia nodded, not daring to imagine the consequences of being perceived as Vito's enemy.
"Thanks," Kellen told Amalia. "I think..."
Amalia smiled wanly and rooted through her pack for bandages. She could smell his blood, strange and potent like spiced wine. "Can you bind your own wounds?" she asked. "Or do you need assistance?"
"I can do it," he replied. "Would it be rude to ask who you all are?"
"I'll explain as we move," Amalia said. And yet that promise tasted like stale blood in her mouth, because she wasn't sure what she could tell this stranger, not without endangering both of them in the process. They entered another tunnel, the lava's light and roar fading behind them, the darkness its own terrible promise. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Episode 3, written by Valerie Valdez. Weta. If someone had told Weta a few days earlier that she and a Loxodon archaeologist would be chasing a ghost through underground ruins, she would have told them to see a healer. Also, she would have asked what a Loxodon was. The ghost, Abuelo he'd called himself, floated instead of running, his poncho flapping in an invisible breeze as he darted between buildings. Quint raced after him, trunk curled out of the way, and Weta followed, scanning their surroundings for potential dangers. Unfortunately, being at the back meant that she was the last to see what awaited them around a corner, next to an underground river.
"Titan!"
Abuelo shouted, then vanished in a swirl of purple-pink energy. Weta skidded to a halt, nearly running into Quint's back. Ahead, a hulking figure loomed, easily twice her height. She might have mistaken it for part of the fungus growing from the walls, until it moved. Its head was huge, a layered mushroom like those that grew from jungle trees, while its shoulders and chest were clusters of smaller, round-top morels. Jagged, chitinous spikes jutted from the backs of its massive hands and up its forearms. A low, discordant buzzing, more seen than heard, raised the hair on Weta's arms. Before she or Quint could do more than stare, the creature charged at them. "Get back!" Weta told Quint. She brandished her sword to attract the creature's attention, circling toward the rushing river and away from Quint. "Tilinali, smite my enemies," she prayed. The Titan grabbed half of a crumbling wall and threw it at Weta. She danced sideways, the huge stone block breezing past and landing with a crash behind her. Its impact sent pebbles and splinters flying, slicing her bare skin and rattling off her armor. With a roar, the Titan thundered toward her and reared back to strike. Wada ducked, lunging under a swipe from an arm as big as a tree trunk. She rolled into a crouch and sliced the back of its leg, then hopped back to her feet. A human would have been disabled. The Titan was unaffected. It turned and swung again and again. Wada slipped between its legs, darting towards its back. She hacked with her sword, carving out a chunk of fibrous material to no effect. She might as well have been fighting an ahuehuete tree. The point of a spear drove through the Titan's chest. Huatli, Inti, and Caprocti, and the other warriors had arrived while Wada was fighting, and as one they screamed and attacked. They surrounded the creature, taunted it, stabbed it, carved away pieces until mushrooms and chitinous bark littered the ground. The pack dinosaurs were keeping away for their own safety, but Pantlaza leapt and clawed with the sharp talons on his feet, leaving long score marks in its back. The longer they fought, the more Wada's muscles sang with fatigue, her breath burning raggedly in her lungs. None of their strikes slowed the Titan down, and it showed no sign that it felt pain. It knocked away their spears, grabbed their swords in its massive hands, and tossed them into the ruins. Its wounds oozed black fluid that formed into viscous strands, weaving together until they solidified and burst into new fungal growths. It pulled the spear out of its own chest and swung it at one of the warriors. The weapon missed, but the Titan's spiked arms slammed into her like a stegosaurus tail and flung her backwards into a wall. She crumpled and lay unmoving. More blackness spilled from the creature's mouth, and it spat at a nearby warrior who screamed as the tarry substance ate through his armor. Wada ran to his side to help, but the sight of the bloody bone through the remains of the man's flesh told her she was too late. Wada would pray for the spirits of the dead later, for now she fought. "More incoming!" Quint shouted, pointing deeper into the city. A dozen new creatures surrounded them, crossing the crumbling bridge over the nearby river, creeping through the deserted roads and clambering over half-fallen walls. Smaller versions of the Titan, formed of different shapes and sizes of mushroom. Some were armed with crude weapons, likely taken from the many corpses in this empty place. The Sun Empire warriors were now outnumbered and outflanked. One of the unarmed creatures plucked a mushroom from its own body and threw it at the feet of another warrior. The mushroom glowed an eerie green, bursting into thick black mold that encased the man's boots and spread up his legs. He stumbled, and the mold surged into his mouth. Wada's heart clenched with the sudden certainty that she would fall in this place, never to see the light of the threefold sun again. Then the tides turned. A wave lashed out of the underground river, knocking two of the creatures away. A moment later, a half-dozen river heralds leapt onto the shore, joining the battle with jade spears and blades and magic. "This battle is lost," one of the heralds said. "Come with us to safety." Wada hesitated. After what happened at Araska before the war, relations between the Sun Empire and the River Heralds had been tense, even hostile. Could they trust these people? Trust had to start somewhere. Might as well be here. Wada searched for Quint, finding him weaving a spell from behind a wall nearby. An ancient weapon rose from the ground as if wielded by a spirit, spinning through the air and embedding itself in a mushroom creature's neck. "Quint, let's go!" Wada shouted. He immediately obeyed, and she cleared them a path to the river. One of the heralds noticed them and grabbed her free hand. They murmured an incantation, rotating their finger around her face. Suddenly the air tasted different, thick with moisture. A rainbow sheen covered Weta, like she'd been encased in a bubble molded to her form, and she prodded her own arm, feeling nothing unusual. "Swift travels, little sister," the merfolk said, and shoved her into the river. Malcom. The elevator descended deeper into the cenote, cables creaking and wooden supports swaying. Malcom watched his injured companions out of the corner of his eye, a cold lump of dread in his stomach. Breeches seemed fine, and the ones who hadn't explored the cave with those horrible dinosaurs. But the others, they weren't right. The black markings on their wounds had spread, a delicate filigree of circles and lines along any exposed skin. Worse, they had begun to glow a sickly shade of green. The pirates didn't complain of pain or discomfort when normally they'd be grumbling and asking to rest. Instead, they alternated between foggy detachment and examining their surroundings with oddly keen interest. In the light of his shoulder lamp, the walls of the cenote gleamed wetly, coated with slick fungal growths that were spreading at an alarming pace. The caves had never been entirely dry, but this was excessive. As the scent of rot and mold strengthened, Malcom pulled a cloth from his pack and tied it around his face, covering his nose and mouth. Breeches mimicked him, and Malcom nearly laughed at how comical they must look. Like common thieves or bandits instead of pirates. Not that he'd engaged in much piracy lately. The Brazen Coalition kept him too busy. The elevator lurched as it hit something. One of the pirates leaned over the edge of the guardrail to check. "Looks like a big mushroom," she said. "Can you cut through it?" Malcom asked. She nodded, drawing her sword. After hacking at it a few times, the elevator shifted. The pirate sneezed and stumbled backward. "Gross," she said. "It burst like a sack of flour." She coughed and rubbed at her eyes as another pirate thumped her on the back. Where she had stood, a cloud of glittering green spores rose in the still air, thickening like smoke. Malcom retreated, eyes narrowed. He glanced at the injured pirates, standing impassively in the center of the elevator, their wounds glowing the same color. Was there some connection? As if in response, those pirates lunged at two of the uninjured ones and shoved them into the glowing spore cloud. Cries of surprise turned into wet coughs, then gagging and retching, black fluid splattering against the floor. As quickly as it had begun, the sudden attack of sickness stopped. The affected pirates rose jerkily and faced the others. Their eyes were glassy and green, and black veins stretched across their faces. Air hissed from their mouths like leaking rubber bladders. Malcom unsheathed his sword and backed away, adjusting the bandana that still covered his nose and mouth. The surviving pirates had just enough time to draw their own weapons before their infected allies attacked. The tight confines of the space made dodging nearly impossible. Every slice or thrust could hit a friend instead of a foe. "Big boom?" Breeches asked. "No, you'd kill us all," Malcom yelled. He leapt over the guardrail, the lack of air currents forcing him to rely on his magic to fly. He circled back and clung to the elevator ropes, which pulled him up and away. Below him, the pirates fought desperately, but like the dinosaurs in the cavern, the infected seemed impervious to pain or injury. Breeches joined Malcom on the ropes as the elevator continued to descend. "Escape!" Breeches yelled. At the sound of his voice, the infected looked up in unison with their vile green eyes. "Cut the lines," Malcom said, his blood cold. "Hurry!" Breeches gripped the rope with both feet and his tail. He sliced one cable with his knife while Malcom sawed at the other. The lines were thick, intended to hold substantial weight, and they were less than half cut when the infected started clambering up the side of the elevator. Though Malcolm's muscles burned, he sawed faster. The cable in his hands unraveled and thinned, then came apart with a force that knocked him loose. The elevator jerked, the infected pirates inside stumbling. Breeches grimly held on as his line snapped, and with a terrible silence, the elevator fell away into the dark. Closing his eyes, Malcom tried to calm the hummingbird flutter of his heart. "Come on," he said finally. "We can't stay here." He alternated flying up and climbing, Breeches pacing him on the ropes. He diligently avoided a tendril of fungus on the nearby wall, shuddering as an eerily eye-like mushroom seemed to track their movements. Malcom would have previously assumed it was a figment of his imagination. Now he wondered what terrible creature could turn pirates and dinosaurs into mindless puppets, and why. Bartolome. As unpleasant as a waterfall of fiery molten rock might be, multiple such spouts and even rivers of the stuff were infinitely worse. If the path to Aclazotz continued through such inhospitable and deadly terrain, Bartolome wondered whether, despite Vito's assertions, a god as powerful as theirs was meant to be found. The goblin-like creatures who had pursued the strange newcomer, Kellen, did not reappear. Even so, the farther their pilgrimage led them into the underground, the more signs of habitation they discovered. Buildings carved into cliff sides and stalactites, glowing markers covered in unfamiliar glyphs, gardens of pale leafless plants in sandy soil. They never encountered any inhabitants, but scuttling sounds and glimpses of movement suggested they weren't alone. Amalia conversed with Kellen, who examined their surroundings with wonderment and unease. Bartolome saw his own daughter in the young cartographer, still so innocent despite surviving the deprivations of the recent invasion. To protect that innocence, to guard the future of those like her, he would make any sacrifice necessary. Thus far, that meant capitulating to Vito's orders. When Queen Meralda assigned Bartolome to join this expedition, he was told to play along and discover Vito's true intentions and loyalties. He hadn't realized how heretical the Hierophant's ideas had become, and how far he had turned from the church. He also hadn't been able to discover who gave Vito the lance and journal of Venerable Tarian. But it suggested that the opposition to the Queen, the faction supporting Vona de Ledo and other so-called prophets, was larger and more unified than they had hoped. What if Aclazotz himself aligned with the Antifex? Bartolome shuddered to consider it. The Legion entered a larger, flatter plateau overlooking a pair of lava falls. From one moment to the next, silence yielded to shouting and a clatter of motion. Clavileño's soldiers circled the others protectively, weapons drawn. 24 warriors surrounded them, taller than the vampires, broader, with faces like great cats, and spotted fur to match. They wore elaborately decorated helmets and armor, and wielded bows and vicious-looking serrated obsidian blades and polearms. Bared fangs promised violence, and Bartolome wasn't eager to test their skill at arms. They had sheer numbers on their side, unless one counted the Legion's porters and prisoners. "You will come with us," one of the cat people said, brandishing a polearm covered in glyphs. "Who are you?" Vito asked, his voice cold with authority. "I am Quintorious, champion of the Malamet," was the response. "You will come with us or you will die." Bartolome cleared his throat. "We are on a holy pilgrimage," he said. "We seek only safe passage through these lands. We mean you no harm." Vito's glare suggested he resented either Bartolome's intrusion or his lies. Quintorious shifted her gaze, head tilted. "Your mission is not our concern. Sovereign Okinek Ahau will decide your fates." Clavileño looked to Vito. "Orders? We have fought too much already," Bartolome told Vito quietly. "Morale and supplies are low. Diplomacy may serve our cause better than making enemies." Vito returned his attention to Quintorious. "I would meet with your sovereign," he said.
Lead us.
The Malamet warriors kept their weapons trained on the Legion. With her polearm, Quetzil gestured for them to follow. Vito leaned closer to Bartolome.
Do not undermine me again,
he said quietly, his voice thick with menace. Bartolome inclined his head in acknowledgement. They followed Quetzil across more stone bridges, deeper into a city of these people, the Malamet. Now that they were escorted, the denizens of the homes appeared, as well as some of the odd, pale goblins. Bartolome marveled that an entire culture existed in these caves and tunnels and had never traveled to the surface and made contact. Perhaps unsealing the doors as they had would lead to something fruitful, or given how distrustful these people were, perhaps not. Quetzil halted the company.
Behold, she said, you are the first strangers to see Bancoi since the time of the Oltec.
Bartolome stepped back, a hand rising to his mouth in awe. The few huts their group had passed in the hours before were nothing compared to this sight. An entire city, easily the size of Alta Torrezon, was built into a cluster of stalactites so large they might have been inverted mountains. Some buildings looked hewn directly from rough rock, while others featured painted white walls like pottery. Rope bridges and nets extended between buildings, as well as thick cables from which strange carriages hung, their wheels at the top to let them move back and forth. Passengers rode inside, climbing out to join the other Malamet as they stalked along unsettling, suspended streets. Bartolome hid his nerves behind a placid exterior as the catfolk split the Legion into two groups for transport up into the city. Escaping from this place would be nearly impossible if diplomacy failed. Some of the soldiers could fly, being sky marchers, but everyone else. His gaze slid to Amalia, who was standing close to Kellen, the twitch of her fingers near her sword showing her anxiety. The Malamet warriors continued to guard them as they marched across a wide stone bridge to the largest of the stalactites. Unlike the rest, this one didn't have any buildings carved into the exterior, not even windows. Instead, hundreds of enormous glyphs covered every visible surface, glowing intermittently. They passed through a huge opening at the end of the bridge, with a rotating door at the center. More armed guards stood at attention as they passed, silent as the stalking predators they resembled. One of the Legion's porters veered too close, and the nearest guard growled. The interior of the stalactites was filled by an enormous pyramid carved from the rock, hundreds of steps leading to a small room at its peak. A strange susurration echoed in the cavernous space, its source invisible. Thankfully, they were not forced to ascend the staircase, and were instead led inside the pyramid, to a long room flanked by carved pillars, between which Malamet crouched on woven mats. Their elaborate headdresses and collars suggested some form of nobility or priesthood, and they all stared at the Legion members as they passed, some showing fangs that made vampiric teeth look tame by comparison. Seated on a throne on a raised dais at the end of the room, a large armored Malamet idly toyed with a massive serrated sword. This, presumably, was Sovereign Akanek Ahau.
"What have you brought us, Quetzil?"
he asked. Quetzil bared her throat deferentially as she spoke.
"Invaders from the surface, Sovereign," she replied. "We are only passing through," Vito said, bowing politely. "You will speak when spoken to," Quetzil growled, pointing her polearm at Vito. Vito ignored him. Sovereign Okanek Ahau eyed Vito curiously. "What is your purpose in my realm?" "We are pilgrims," Vito replied. "We are on a journey to the land of Aclazotz, our god." "There are no gods here but me," Okanek Ahau said, gripping his sword. "Pok,"
he said, looking to a group of robed advisors to his right. A tawny-furred, burly Malamet stepped forward, his arms crossed behind his back. They wore a simple silver harness, richly etched with glyphs and pictographs. His hair hung down in locks, weighted at the end with small flashing silver medallions.
Puck is my mythweaver,
Okanekahau said, introducing the Malamet.
He will speak. With our words, he will see through yours.
Puck nodded. He raised his arms in front of his chest and ushered one small, soft word, the scent of rain, scouring lightning, and the heat of a dry summer day filled the air. Swirling green mist appeared between his claws, coalescing into shapes that built upon themselves, revealing a cloudy but discernible image. A snarling face, its fangs bared and growing long. The face twisted, rippling as it noticed the Malamet around it. With a screech it snapped forward, biting at Mythweaver Puck like a beast snapping at food. Mythweaver Puck dropped his hands, dismissing the image. He looked to Okanekahau, shook his head, then walked back to his place among the assembled advisors. Okanekahau stood and addressed the assembled Malamet, speaking above the Legion soldiers.
One invasion begets another,
Okanekahau said.
We will not allow it.
The Legion soldiers shifted to defensive postures. Bartolome rested a hand on Amalia's arm, and they exchanged a worried glance. Sovereign Okanekahau gestured at the seated figures.
I sentence these trespassers to be given to the sand. Let my justice be done.
A few of the vampires drew their swords, and Vito aimed his lance at the Sovereign. Before they could attack or defend themselves, however, the Malamet flanking them growled and raised their arms. Glowing glyphs seared the air, mimicking the spots on the Malamet's fur. The magic lashed out and wrapped around the Legion members like chains, forcing them to kneel. Vito struggled, but his lance was pressed uselessly against his chest. He glared at Bartolome so venomously that if looks could have killed, Bartolome would have already been dead. "This isn't fair!" Kellen shouted from the back of their group. "We haven't done anything!" Sovereign Okanekahau bared his fangs.
The fire does not concern itself with fairness. It simply burns.
One by one, warriors carried the Legion to a large fountain, a jaguar head at the top. But instead of water, sand flowed from the carved mouth, pooling below and draining into a large hole. Vito was the first of their party to reach the structure, his eyes blazing with wrath.
Though I am beset by enemies,
Vito intoned,
my God will grant me strength and vengeance. His will be done.
Bartolome watched as the Malamet threw his comrades into the basin of sand, some succumbing silently while others screamed or fought. Vito went in head first, the lance still pinned to him by the magic chains that kept him bound. Clevelanio followed, hissing and baring his fangs. Amalia stayed still and eerily calm as she sank down, first her legs, then her arms disappearing below the surface. She murmured something to herself that he couldn't read on her lips, eyes wide and unseeing. Kellen, across from her, struggled and flailed at the sand, panic obvious on his face as he slid closer to the gaping drain. Just before Amalia vanished, she told Kellen, "Hold your breath!" Had she been granted a vision? Bartolome hoped so, because otherwise their mission was at an end, and he was to blame. He followed her lead and let the Malamet lift him in their large, coarse-furred arms, fighting his own fear as he was unceremoniously tossed into the fountain's basin. His only consolation, as the sands claimed him, was that Vito wouldn't have the chance to do more mischief in Torrizon. He only wished that goal hadn't come at so high a cost. Waita. Weta tumbled through the cold dark of the river. An impossibly fast current pulled her forward, the light of the threefold sun affixed to her belt, casting wild shadows around her. She realized that she could breathe, no doubt thanks to the spell the merfolk had cast. Even so, she had little control over where she went, and could only do her best not to be dashed against the walls or the riverbed. Sometimes she glimpsed a wider cavern above her, or the ground opened below like a lake or cenote. Sometimes flashes of glowing green teased at the edges of her vision, or the tunnel forked and she glimpsed some unthinkable alternate path. Through it all, the current carried her towards its unknown destination. Finally, after an age, a new light appeared in the distance. With a brief increase in pressure, she burst out into open water, cold and clear. Weta kicked her way to the surface, searching for the others, finding some of them already swimming toward the nearest shore, including the scout who had pushed her in. Merfolk guards lingered nearby, their fins rippling as they bobbed in place, watching her progress but not moving to help or hinder her. She soon flopped onto the land, glad to see Quint beside her, already sitting up and peering at their surroundings with undisguised awe. A massive stone city rose from an underground ocean, freshwater, not salt, and extended down into the depths even further, stepped in a manner like temples to the threefold sun. Bright lamps burned above low buildings, while long strips of bioluminescent baubles and baskets holding firebugs lit the visible streets and alleys. Everywhere she looked, river heralds walked or swam or rested, watching the newcomers warily and talking among themselves. Huatli wrung out her clothes, surveying the area. "There must be thousands of heralds here," she said, wincing as Pantalaza shook himself and flung water everywhere. The young merfolk scout flared her gills. "My mother says it's the greatest assembly of merfolk bands Ixalan has ever known." She held out a hand to Weta, who accepted it and stood. "I am Nikanzil," she said. "Be welcome." Huatli furrowed her brow. "Why are you here, if I'm not too bold in asking?" "We await the opening of the final gate to the source," Nikanzil said, gesturing at the crowded door at the top of the temple staircase. "My mother, the great shaper Pashona, can tell you more. She found this place after the death of the deeproot tree." Huatli stared at the door, squinting as if to see it better from a distance. "Could this be Matzalantli?" she murmured. "Have we truly discovered the door that leads to the birthplace of humankind, the home of the gods as the poem claimed?"
"If it is," Quint said, "I wonder what else they found here. Did the Coin Empire make it this far, or did they remain closer to the surface? And imagine what historically significant artifacts might be lurking in some ancient cupboard."
He checked the seals on his scrolls, apparently satisfied that everything was intact. Weta regarded him with curiosity and faint unease. "What would you do with artifacts if you found them?"
"I'd love to establish a proper excavation site," he said, "to be sure everything is treated as carefully as possible."
"And then what?" Weta asked. "You dig things up and leave them there?"
"Not necessarily leave them there," Quint said. "I suppose it depends on what all of you want to do, whether you want to keep everything here, or take some items back to Orazka, or perhaps even set up a museum."
"So people would come here to ogle things?" Weta frowned. "How strange." Quint laughed.
"I suppose it does seem odd. It's one way of making sure the stories of the past aren't forgotten."
"Ah, like the warrior poet," Weta said, glancing at Huatli.
"Right, yes," Quint exclaimed. "I'd make notes over the course of the excavation, then write up a detailed account for my colleagues on Arcavius to share what we found."
His gaze grew distant.
"Maybe I could publish it across the multiverse somehow."
Weta's frown deepened. "But that is not your story." Quint's ears flared slightly.
"Well, no, I would just be the one telling it."
"Why you?" Weta pressed. "You are not from Ixalan. You are not of the Sun Empire or the River Heralds. You should not be telling our stories for us."
Perhaps not telling them, Quint said, looking away over the water. Recording, disseminating, I'm trained in this, you know, he added with a hint of ire. I won't trample all over your history. He pulled his goggles off his head with his trunk and began to clean them with a cloth. Wada huffed a breath, wondering why she cared so much, why this bothered her. Sure, she had once dreamed of following Huatli's example and earning the mantle of warrior poet herself someday, but the war had shattered those dreams like the pottery they'd found in these caverns. She'd been a soldier and a pirate, sometimes helping the Brazen Coalition steal and sell not only artifacts from Torrizon, but from her own people as well. Those thefts had paid her passage and kept her fed, never giving her more than an occasional hint of guilt. She deserved more than she'd gotten from the army, hadn't she? But she'd left all that behind, and now she was... what? An explorer? Could she also be a collector of stories, those of her homeland and her people? Huatli, who sat quietly nearby as the conversation proceeded, now offered Wada a soft smile. Not everyone understands the power of words, she said, the control it can give over others. She began to recite a poem Wada didn't recognize. When my bones sleep in the earth, who will share memories of me? Friends may raise monuments, while enemies profane my grave. When they too have passed on, what will their children remember? Sad to think of how much is lost, Wada murmured, looking up at the strange door atop the pyramid in the distance. Huatli squeezed Wada's shoulder companionably. And yet such joy when something lost is found, and when what is found is shared. Wada glanced at Quint, then at Inti and Caparocti, organizing the other soldiers and issuing quiet orders. Perhaps it was best if some things remained buried, depending on what people intended to do with them. Perhaps some monuments deserved to be brought down. She hoped whatever was behind that mysterious golden door to the so-called home of the gods was a blessing and not a curse. Malcom. The tunnel where Malcom and Breeches settled to catch their breath smelled dry and disused, possibly abandoned after the veins had been exhausted, or because nothing was found to warrant further exploration. He and the tunnel's creators had that much in common. He had no desire to delve any deeper. His muscles ached and his head throbbed from using too much magic. The mystery of downtown's mass disappearances almost certainly related to all the mold and fungus. He didn't fully understand how it worked, but he'd seen enough of what it could do to be afraid. Their supplies were at the bottom of the elevator shaft, and of the 8 people he'd brought down here with him, only he and Breeches had survived. All dead, no gold, Breeches muttered morosely. Too true, Malcom agreed. Should they continue or turn back? If they left now, Malcom would have to report to Vance that he'd found few answers and even more questions. If there were survivors from downtown or his Sunray Bay squad somewhere down in the dark, he'd be abandoning them to their fates. And some of those people were his friends, and none of them deserved to be left behind. Moreover, downtown would remain empty, and recruiting new miners would be difficult, if not impossible. Who would want to work in a place where all the previous denizens had disappeared? And if no one was mining, then no money was flowing to the Brazen Coalition, and it was only a matter of time before the fragile economy fractured into the old feuding pirate fleets. Malcom had loved his time sailing, navigating, flying free over the rolling waves, through sun and storm, feeling the thrill of divesting pampered merchants of their goods and rival pirates of their lives. But after the war, he'd been almost relieved to settle into a more stable existence. To lose that now, it wasn't something he considered lightly, not when he might still solve the problem. Not when he might save people if he chose not to give up yet. What do you think, Breeches? Malcom asked, leaning against the wall. Do we head back up and live to fail another day, or do we keep going down into the unknown? Breeches removed his hat and scratched his head, then shrugged. No mine, no gold.
There are other mines, Malcom said, but none as large or productive as downtown if he were honest. And anyway, the dead can't spend coin, can they? That was it then. He'd all but talked himself into leaving. Vance could send someone else, a lot of someones, Malcom would recommend, though that might end with many more people turned into whatever had become of his companions. A faint glow in the shaft caught his attention. Malcom struggled to his feet and peered over the edge of the tunnel, a hand on the hilt of his sword. Fungus climbed the wall, growing at an impossible speed. Black tendrils formed networks of circles that bloomed into various mushrooms, some small and feathery, others stepped like stairs, still others ridged like coral. The effect was chaotic and eerily beautiful, even as it turned his stomach. Some of the tendrils moved like ink on a page. As Malcom watched, he realized that the fungus was forming words, too dark to make out. Slowly, those words began to give off the same sickly green glow that had overtaken his lost people. Safe, the first word read. Then, down. Was this a truce or a trap? Malcom couldn't be sure. But now he knew whatever had done all this was sentient. If that was the case, perhaps diplomacy wasn't out of the question. Perhaps the residents of downtown really were alive somewhere below, and he could get them out safely. Hope was the most dangerous weapon of all, and Malcom felt it slide between his ribs to his heart, sharp as a blade. Amalia. The sand pressed against Amalia's body, dense and heavy, worse than water. The grit seeped into her clothes, her nose, even her mouth and eyes, though she closed them as tightly as she could. Distantly she remembered telling Kellen to hold his breath, and she had done so too. The longer she held it, the more she wondered whether her vampiric abilities would shield her from suffocation, whether she would spend eternity trapped in this river of sand, unable to die, unable to drink life-giving blood. As if summoned by her fear, visions once again consumed her. The mysterious door, round and covered in glyphs, clearer than before. It was set into the stone of a cavern wall, its coppery surface tinged with green corrosion. A sky filled with faintly purple-tinged clouds. Only beyond the sky was ground? As if someone held a vast map somewhere above her, painted with all the colors of the land it was meant to represent, greens and browns and blues and a snowy white. A sphere burning brightly as the sun. Was it the sun? It couldn't be. Strange metal scraps floated around it, reminding Amalia of broken plate armor. More pieces trailed behind like debris from a shipwreck, glowing a purple pink. Come to me! The pressure around Amalia suddenly eased, becoming a sensation of falling. Without warning, she hit water, her eyes flying open. How had they reached the ocean? No, this was fresh water. Disorientation sent her swimming in the wrong direction, toward what looked like a city, before she realized the buildings were underwater. She turned and kicked the other way, finally breaking the surface with a gasp. Around her, others did the same, including Kellen, to her relief. They weren't dead. She had been so sure the Malamet were going to kill them all, that the quicksand would do that work, yet once again they had survived. Simple luck, or the will of Aclazotz? Before she could feel more than a momentary pang of relief, a flurry of motion in the water surrounded them. River heralds, dozens, all armed with their strange jade weapons and elemental magics. "Do not provoke us," one of the merfolk said. "Come quietly, or you will be subdued by force." Vito snarled, and Bartolome cast a worried look at him. Certainly, trying to fight heralds in their element seemed a fool's errand. Kellen coughed and swam closer to Amalia. "I can't believe this is my third time being ambushed in one day," he said mournfully. Amalia snorted a laugh. "Careful that you don't make it a habit. Those can be hard to break." Kellen grinned and playfully splashed her. Then they followed the other vampires as the merfolk herded them toward the shore to an unknown fate. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Episode 4, by Valerie Valdez. Quint. The Sun Empire explorers waited for Great Shaper Pashona in a room large enough to accommodate them and the dinosaurs who had survived their journey. Huatli fed Pantlaza strips of dried meat, which the big raptor greedily swallowed, while Inti supervised the cleaning of armor and weapons. Caparocti and Weta engaged in a training dance with complicated footwork, grunting and striking each other with sticks. Quint examined the poncho that held Abuela's spirit as he contemplated what he and Weta had discussed earlier. He'd never worked at an archaeological site so far outside his own experience, and he felt underprepared despite his training. How many history texts at Strixhaven were written by members of the culture they described? Hadn't he himself been annoyed at some Loxodon depictions? When he'd found the lost city of Xantifar, a few archaeologists argued he shouldn't be permitted to work at the site because he wasn't sufficiently neutral. Thankfully, they'd been overruled, but it was a tense time. Now, faced with one astonishing discovery after another, he wondered if Weta was right. None of this was his story to tell, though perhaps if he found more evidence of the Coin Empire. Nakanzil returned to the room and all activity ceased. "The convocation begins," Nakanzil said. "Follow me." Packs were shouldered, weapons sheathed, and soon the Sun Empire contingent climbed endless stairs to the top of the building. They emerged in front of the huge golden door that had been visible from the shore when they first arrived. Quint wanted to examine it, but a sudden tension among his allies stopped him. "Vampires!" Weta spat. The other warriors mirrored her disgust, some reaching for weapons. Vampires. This must be the Legion of Dusk from Torazan. Sahili had mentioned them. A wizened merfolk entered from the opposite side of the room, her green skin mottled with brownish-pink spots, pink fins flaring out behind her like a cape. She wore jade armor like many of the River Heralds, but carried no visible weapons. A magic user, perhaps. "Great Shaper Pashona," Huatli said, bowing deeply. "You honor us." "Warrior poet," Shaper Pashona replied, inclining her head. To Quint's surprise, she then stared at him. "Who are you, stranger?" "Quintorious Kand," Quint replied, tapping his forehead politely with his trunk. "Loxodon archaeologist. I'm visiting from Arcavius. That is, a place far from Ixalan." "Why are you here?" the Shaper asked. "To help the Sun Empire with some research," Quint replied. "But I'm also on my own quest for knowledge." "What do you intend to do with this knowledge?" Quint wondered if the Shaper could read minds. He glanced at Weta, then said, "I'm not sure yet. Nothing bad." Shaper Pashona turned her attention to Huatli. "And you, warrior poet, and your people, what are your intentions?" Huatli gestured at the huge door. "We came seeking this portal. We believe it leads to..." She cast a suspicious look at the vampires. "A place of historical importance to the Sun Empire." Shaper Pashona followed Huatli's gaze. "Who leads you?" she asked the Legion members. One of the armored vampires carrying a lance stepped forward.
"Our business is none of your concern. You will release us at once."
Inti, already tall, straightened and threw his shoulders back, looking twice as big. "These invaders should be imprisoned," he said. "Or killed," Caparocti added. Huatli, to Quint's surprise, nodded agreement. He'd never seen her look so bloodthirsty. "You are all invaders," Shaper Pashona said. "We helped you so that we could learn your purpose, but we can throw you back into the sea and let the spirits decide your fates."
"You cannot stop our holy mission," the vampire leader insisted.
"If you kill us," Inti said, "you declare war on this entire Sun Empire." Another vampire stepped forward, elegantly dressed, with a whip hanging from his belt. "Thorazan as well. Queen Meralda would be most displeased." Nikanzil's fins rippled. "You assume your people would ever find us." Hands reached for weapons, and the sharp scent of magic filled the air. Quint fixed the image of a defensive sigil in his mind. "Enough!" Huatli exclaimed. "Shaper, your people and mine seek to open this door. I propose we work together." Shaper Pashona tilted her head. "What help do you offer?" Huatli smiled. "We can translate the script on the door. If it's like what we found in Orazka, we'll have it open quickly." "Thank you for the reminder of your people's betrayal in taking the Golden City," Nakanzil murmured. "If we're reminding each other of things," Inti said, "remember it was a river herald who first claimed the immortal sun. The one who dies having made no mistakes never lived," Huatli said diplomatically. "We all fought against the Phyrexians to defend our homes. We can fight each other now that our collective enemy has been vanquished, or we can use this chance to build a more lasting peace between our people." To Quint's surprise, the second vampire spoke again. "Queen Meralda might be open to such negotiations, depending on what we find."
"Shut your mouth, Bartolome," the other vampire snapped. "I warned you."
"Very well," Shaper Pashona said, and the vampire fell silent. "Warrior poet, you may proceed." Huatli gestured for Quint to accompany her, and together they examined the door. It didn't contain any removable tablets, and the glyphs looked slightly different. Next to the door, a tiered box with compartments in various sizes was embedded in the wall, for what purpose he couldn't fathom. "The dialect isn't the same as the other door," Huatli said, brow furrowed. "This may take longer than I expected." She perused the glyphs, her lips moving slightly while the members of the various factions shifted uneasily. Pantlaza gave a soft trill and sat down to preen her feathers. Quint was about to search through his scrolls for a spell that might help, when he realized he had something potentially better. Or rather, someone.
"I'm going to summon a ghost," Quint said. "Nobody panic, please."
Weta snorted, and Quint grinned at her. He pulled the poncho from his pack once again and cast the spell to summon Abuelo. He briefly feared the spirit had been lost in the fight against the huge walking mushroom, but to his relief the familiar pinkish glow of magic in the fabric resolved into the same teal form as before. Huatli took a step backwards. "Who is this?"
"Abuelo," Quint replied. "I'm hoping he knows how to open this door."
Abuelo peered at the crowd, then up at the portal. "Oh, you made it to Matsalanli," he exclaimed. "How wonderful! We must get inside and warn the Oltec about the Myco tyrant."
"How do we do that?" Quint asked.
"It's quite simple," Abuelo said. Then his face scrunched in confusion. "But I can't remember." Huatli gestured at the box next to the door. "Does it involve this?" "Yes, it does," Abuelo exclaimed, beaming. "How good! You figured it out!" Huatli and Quint exchanged a bemused glance. "What do we do with this?" Huatli asked gently. Abuelo frowned. "There is a key. I always forget. Abuela kept it in her quipu, and I always stayed with her."
"Is this the quipu?"
Quint asked, producing the object he had found with Abuela's poncho, a belt-like cord festooned with lengths of knotted strings and beads. "Yes, yes, give it to me," Abuelo said. He shifted through the strings with surprisingly corporeal hands, muttering to himself until he found the one he wanted. "Here, the golden door." Quint leaned closer, holding his breath, as the Echo's fingers slipped down the knots and beads. "Open the drawer in the side," Abuelo said, gesturing at the box. Huatli did so, finding a collection of polished gemstones in different colors. "Where do they go?" Huatli asked, cupping them in her hand. "Green in the upper right and lower left corners," Abuelo replied. "Yellow in the other corners and also the 3 spaces above or below, and over one." Huatli did as she was ordered, Abuelo nodding and smiling. "Last, the Cosmium," he said.
"The pinkish ones?" Quint asked.
"Yes," Abuelo flickered like a candle's smoke, then moved away. "Pardon me, sometimes Cosmium can affect echoes like me in strange ways."
Quint filed that away for future knowledge. "So where do those go?"
Abuelo flickered again, his mouth moving but no words came out. Inti groaned. "We were so close," he said. "Now what?" Huatli examined the box, tilting her head. "I think I may know this pattern."
"Do you?" Quint asked. "What is it?"
Huatli laughed softly. "It is a key." She placed the rest of the Cosmium beads in the center boxes, which formed a shape like a stylized serpent. As soon as the last bead was laid, the box glowed faintly, and the pinkish gleam spread to the door and its glyphs. Light burst through a crack at the seam of the now unsealed portal, which swung open with a rush of surprisingly cold, fresh air. Much as Quint wanted to rush in and savor the thrill of discovery, he let Huatli lead the way, the other warriors flanking her. They stepped into a broad tunnel, bored wide enough to fit a dozen people. The passage sloped sharply downward, and yet as Quint walked, he had the dizzying sense that everything around him was shifting, as it had when he planeswalked. He continued moving down, the way steep but never steep enough to be impassable, until he reached a wide circle of stones, like a well, easily the same diameter as the tunnel itself. Huatli stopped at the rim of the well and gasped. Others quickly crowded around her to see. "This is impossible," Huatli said. "Incredible," Inti added. "Unbelievable," Caprocti murmured. Weta simply blinked her one visible eye. They stood before a circle of sky dotted with clouds. Did the door lead back up to the surface? But no, they were deep enough under the earth, and the tunnel sloped downward. Shadows appeared at the edge of the opening, people craning their necks over the lip of the well, looking down at Huatli and the others. "Find a Neem Pakal," one of them said, their tone more concerned than shocked. "Someone has opened the seal." Malcom. With the elevator ropes cut, Malcom had to fly down in stages from one level to the next. He sometimes carried Breeches, while other times the goblin climbed down the rough walls, and they stopped to rest whenever they tired. The sickly green glow of the fungus lit their way along with their shoulder lamps, and they both continued to wear their crude masks for fear of breathing whatever spores had harmed their companions. They eventually found the elevator, damaged but mostly intact, perched atop a shelf of mushrooms, stretched halfway across the cenote like a macabre stage. They didn't find any corpses, nor any sign of the fallen beyond the black bile the infected had retched onto the wooden platform. Malcom lost track of time, minutes seeping into hours. Somewhere far above, the sun rose and set. Down in the dark, only weariness and hunger and thirst marked the absence of usual daily routines. A dim light below them gradually brightened until finally they reached the end of their seemingly endless descent. A tunnel to the left lit up while the glow around them faded, as if they were being guided or herded. Breeches grumbled. "Bad shrooms!" "You said it, mate," Malcom agreed. They followed the glow through rough-hewn tunnels, too regular and purposeful to be natural. The farther they walked, the more Malcolm's dread mounted. If this were a trap, how would they escape? The sky was so far above them, the sea so far away. The tunnel opened into a cavern large enough to contain an entire town, the ceiling so high that Malcom could comfortably fly without hitting it. A fungal forest spread out before them, hauntingly beautiful, littered with crumbling ruins. Bioluminescent spores floated like tiny fireflies between mushrooms as tall as trees, their caps and stems every shade of green, from the palest sea foam to nearly black. Gills fluttered as Malcom and Breeches passed, as if they were being sniffed. Soft noises suggested they weren't alone. The scuffing of footsteps, bodies brushing against the terrain, occasional murmurs. Perhaps survivors of downtown? But what if they were all infected? Malcolm's guts clenched in horror. They reached a clearing, the ground covered in connected concentric circles, like the markings on his ally's skin. Malcom stopped, wary of stepping on the lines, which resembled strands of a spider's web. He had no desire to be caught like a fly. A motley collection of people emerged from the forest. He didn't recognize them at first, covered as they were in fungus like the corpse that had started this investigation. Some were flanked by walking mushrooms with arms and legs, like nightmarish children's dolls. One of the humans stepped forward, his movements stilted, eyes replaced by glowing button mushrooms. Xavier Saul, the mayor of downtown. Malcolm's hope of finding survivors vanished as soon as the man opened his mouth.
"We welcome you to this place,"
Xavier said tonelessly. Who is we? Malcom asked.
"We are the Myco-Tyrant."
Xavier gestured behind him, and a giant figure was suddenly illuminated by dozens of glowing fungi. The Myco-Tyrant hung in a circular web of root-like strands, stretching from the floor to the ceiling. Its toad-like body was broad and green, with purplish spots, gills like a collar around its neck. Large mushrooms sprouted from its back, smaller ones from its head, and while it had no legs, two thick arms ended in vicious claws. Above a lipless, gaping maw filled with thorn-like teeth, beady eyes glowed green, staring down at Malcom and Breeches with malevolent interest.
"You are known to us, Malcolm Lee,"
Xavier said,
"as is your quest, thanks to your former companions."
Are they here? Malcom asked, dreading the answer.
"Yes,"
Xavier replied.
"They have been incorporated into our colony, as have the ones who once resided in the place you call downtown."
Malcom cringed. Incorporated as in...
We are all one,
all the humans said in eerie unison. Malcom had seen trees felled by fungus, trunks rotted from the inside. Given what had happened to his people, the dinosaurs they had fought, and what he now faced, he could only assume they were suffering a similar fate. He looked past Xavier at the Myco-Tyrant, wreathed in fungal light. What is it you want? Malcom asked. Gems? Money? Food? The Myco-Tyrant emitted a cloud of spores like a silent laugh. Xavier's mouth stretched in a rictus that mirrored his puppet master's motion.
"Everything."
Amalia. The golden door, whose image had taunted Amalia for weeks, lay open before her. She couldn't help feeling thrilled, yet deeply unsettled by her foresight proving true again. With Kellen in tow, she followed the mass of people through a tunnel, emerging into the astonishing place she had also seen in visions. A sprawling panorama spread before, above, and around her as she stepped through the portal. Vibrant grasslands stretched into the distance. Strange, long-necked, furry creatures roamed, and birds soared through the air, alone or in flocks. But instead of the land disappearing at the horizon, it curved upward. Amalia had the disconcerting sensation of being inside an enormous inverse globe. At the center of it all, a strange sun hovered, so close Amalia imagined she could reach it if she possessed the power of flight. It illuminated half the land, while other parts fell into shadow, caused by the metal pieces rotating around it. A tail of more metal shards extended away from it, glittering a faint pink. This, too, she had foreseen, and she shivered at the thought of what future places she might be shown next. "This is truly incredible," Kellen said. "Is this what you were trying to find?" Amalia shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. I've never been here before." To their left, a pyramid rose several stories, with a large spiked dish at the top, similar to ones in the Sun Empire. Shorter buildings were scattered around it, and people poured out of them. They wore ponchos and quipu like the spirit the archaeologist had called Abuelo, and wielded pink-bladed weapons and staves with magic that sent rippling pulses through the air. Among their number, smaller creatures waddled about, their jointed bodies formed from various kinds of metal. Each one had a single glowing eye, in colors ranging from red to green to purple and beyond. Floating spirits joined them, some humanoid with recognizable features, others more like animals or half-formed wisps of teal fog. Amalia squinted at the strange sun, black dots floating around it like birds. Some of these shifted into an arrow-shaped formation and approached. More warriors riding on the backs of great bats that also wore armor like the Sun Empire's flying dinosaurs. Something about the bats made her shudder, as if in response the voice from her visions returned. "Come to me!" It seemed louder now, stronger. Amalia glanced at Vito, his lips stretched into a fanatical smile as he turned his gaze to the sky. Bartolome touched her arm, and Amalia flinched. "Are you well?" he asked. "Just overwhelmed," she said. She had never lied so much in her life as she had on this journey. Kellen whistled as he noticed the approaching flyers. "I don't suppose any of you have an idea what's happening here?" Amalia grinned sheepishly. "I'm afraid not," she said. "I do hope we'll find out soon." "As long as they don't fling us into more quicksand," Kellen said. "I suppose we should consider this an improvement." One of the bat riders landed, and Bartolome shifted closer to the crowd gathering around her. Amalia followed, Kellen beside her, wanting to know what was happening. The woman's dark hair was held in place by a crown-like band, her quipu and belt adorned with the same pink stones used in the weapons. One of the strange mechanical creatures followed her like a child. "I am called Anim Pakal," she said. "I command the 1,000 moons. Who are you all, and how have you opened the seal at Matzalantli?" The spirit Abuelo drifted forward. "I helped them," he said. "I was granted the key to entry when the door was sealed, in the hopes that we could return when the Myco tyrant was defeated." Anim inclined her head to him. "Honored Echo, we welcome you. Does this mean Tobiziello is safe now?" Abuelo shook his head. "It is not, but neither is Oticlan and the rest of the core. The Myco tyrant has grown in power rather than fading. The plan to isolate and defeat it has failed." "Then why did you open the door?" Anim asked. "You have brought ruin to us." "Ruin would have found you asleep in your beds," Abuelo replied with a curt gesture. "Now you can prepare yourselves." "The 1,000 moons do not sleep," Anim said. "The garrison has guarded the door at Matzalantli since it was closed in the time of my ancestors. It would have remained closed, and we would have been safe if you had not opened it." The warrior poet stepped forward now, bowing her head respectfully. "We would have found a way in eventually, if not through this door, then through other means. Our people have been digging mines deeper into the earth, as have others." "She is correct," Bartolome said, ignoring a glare from Vito. "The Brazen Coalition alone has an entire city below the surface devoted to delving." Shaper Pashona added, "We believed we would find the source behind the door. We, too, would have done all in our power to unseal it. Ignorance can provide a measure of safety, but it can also make for poor choices." How well Amalia knew that now. If she had realized what this journey would mean for her, she might have stayed at home. But no, that was an unworthy thought. She had learned so much, and her maps would be of great value to her people if she ever managed to return to Torrizon. Anim eyed the assembly with her chin raised imperiously, then settled on the warrior poet. "Are you of the Common?" she asked. "We are of the Sun Empire," the woman said, indicating the rest of her companions and their dinosaurs. "I am called Huatli. Who are the Common?" "A didact could tell you more than I," Anim said. "The Common are our ancestors who left the core to explore Topaz Yellow. Until the doors were sealed, we traded regularly, but we've not seen them since." The Loxodon, Quintorious, cleared his throat politely.
Perhaps the Common made it to the surface. It would explain the similarity in glyphs used by the Sun Empire and, well, you, if you're the ones who made the door.
That interruption led to a more thorough round of introductions that included him and all the Sun Empire members, then the River Heralds. Amalia struggled to pay attention as she considered the implications of their discussion. If the Sun Empire was descended from these people, what did that make this place inside of the plane? Perhaps her own people had once walked these fields and hills, once soared through the skies on bats. It would explain why the search for their god had led them here. Anim looked up at more incoming bat riders. "We sent word of your arrival to Otaclan. Soon Akal Pakal will arrive to welcome our long-departed cousins, if that is indeed what you are." The one called Inti bowed and said, "We offer you the strength of our people in exchange for your hospitality. We are eager to trade and improve the bonds between us." Some darkness crossed Huatli's expression, but before she could speak, Anim approached Vito where he stood stiffly next to Clavilenio. "We have not been introduced," Anim said. "My apologies for the oversight." Vito inclined his head coldly, but said nothing. Bartolome once again interceded. "We are humble explorers from the Queen's Bay Company," he said with a courteous bow. "They're vampires!" a Sun Empire soldier shouted. The change in Anim Pakal was immediate. Magic arced between her fingers and danced up her arms as she formed a glowing shield between her and Vito. The Oltecs surrounded the Legion members, weapons drawn and more magic rippling in the air. "Worshippers of the Great Betrayer are not welcome here," Anim said coldly. "Imprison them." "Again?" Kellen groaned. Amalia echoed the sentiment, but if fighting the Malamet had been foolhardy, attacking the Oltec would be suicidal. Vito seemed about to protest, then his eyes glazed over, and he grabbed Clavilenio's arm. "All proceeds according to his will," he said. Amalia flinched, expecting the harsh whispers of Aclazotz to echo in her mind once again, but she heard nothing. Perhaps that was a blessing. The shadows of the Bat Riders fell on the vampires as they were led away, into the depths of the garrison, away from the light of the strange, shell-covered sun. Waita. The Sun Empire contingent sat in a dining hall within the garrison, partaking of the delightful local food. After days of trail rations, Waita indulged herself. One never knew when the next meal would come. Restraint was for fools. One of the Oltec approached Huatli. "The steward has arrived. The 1000th moon sent me to guide you." "We thank you," Huatli said, tossing the last of her food to Pantlaza and heading for the door. Inti and Caparocti flanked her, while the other warriors followed behind. Waito waited for Quint to finish stuffing fruit into one of his many pockets before escorting him out. Akal Pakal, Oltec's steward, awaited them in a vibrantly painted building, adorned with a sun emblem on the roof. She wore layers of ceremonial robes, blues and greens and golds with intricate geometric patterns. Large gold discs hung from her neck, and a tall headpiece engraved with glyphs adorned her head. Waita couldn't imagine carrying that much weight around, but perhaps it was no more onerous than her own helmet and armor had been. "Be welcome," Steward Akal said, her voice warm and husky with age. "I have heard some of your story from my sister Anim, and I am eager to hear more.
First, however, we should discuss the presence of blood drinkers in your midst.
They are not our allies, Huatli said. We have warred with them, but when Ixalan was invaded by the Phyrexians, people from another plane, that fight took precedence. After so much violence, I hope for a peaceful way forward, and would welcome any aid you can provide us as we try to rebuild.
Or, Inti interjected, you could help us get rid of the vampires now.
Inti, we discussed this, Huatli said, her tone affectionate but exasperated.
And the Emperor discussed it with us, Caparocti added. Torrizon has been weakened by the invasion and by infighting. The living oppose their vampiric overlords more than ever. The Brazen Coalition harries them when it's lucrative, and the orcs off the western coast have never been friendly. Now is the perfect time to strike.
Better that we work together and care for our lands and rebuild what was lost, Huatli said, rather than dying on foreign shores.
Better that we press our advantage before death comes to us, Inti countered.
Weta had heard enough of the same talk when she fought in Huatli during the war. Stay in one place and set up blockades, or stay mobile and be harder to target. Retreat and retrench, or push ahead and drive the enemy out. Keep supply lines open and risk quick death, or let them collapse and risk starvation. Some commanders were more careful than others, some more thirsty for glory and power. The later, she had found, were eager to spend the coin of other warriors' lives from the safety of their well-stocked bunkers. Common soldiers suffered in the aftermath of the war, too, despite their sacrifices. Those who gained power through violence didn't give it up easily, using it to exploit the powerless and increase their own influence. Her frustration had led her to the Brazen Coalition, and now back to the Sun Empire, but she wondered whether there was anywhere in all of Ixalan where the same problems wouldn't find her. Weta wandered over to Quint, who stood apart with Abuelo, deep in discussion. Abuelo's hands moved as he spoke, while Quint nodded and took notes.
You must be bound to the poncho, Quint said. It is what I used to summon you.
Abuelo looked down at his clothes.
Not the most convenient thing, but I'm happy to appear so clearly. Some echoes are wisps, others are monsters changed by their binding.
Maybe those people were showing their true forms in death, Weta thought.
Is an echo bound to this?
Quint asked, producing the kipu that had helped them open the golden door. Abuelo ran the strands through his ghostly fingers.
I hope so, he said. This was Abuela's.
Your wife? Weta asked.
Yes,
Abuelo smiled wistfully.
She could make anything grow. Flowers, fruits, thorns when she had to. She was fierce.
The mention of flowers reminded Weta of a poem she'd composed after another battle like so many others. We could not save the blooms, trampled to mud by our boots, so we planted blood-fed seeds in the open mouths of our wounds, hoping golden flowers of death would grow from our shallow graves. Nothing like what the warrior poet created, Weta thought, but Huatli had told her once that her poems should be honest. Quint used his hands and trunk to spread the kipu out as he examined it.
Perhaps we can bring her back, as I helped you to come back.
Assuming she is an echo,
Abuelo said.
She may have simply passed on.
Quint flared his ears slightly.
Let's find out, shall we?
Weta drifted away again like a petal on the wind, staring at the peaceful landscape with grief filling her chest. She carried her own ghosts with her, different kinds of echoes. A glance told her the steward and her people were still deep in discussion. Would they forge an alliance? Would it lead to the war the Emperor wanted? If it did, what seeds would Weta plant? Malcom. The fungus-infested residents of downtown surrounded Malcom, not moving, not even breathing. Those who still had eyes stared at him, and those who didn't pointed empty sockets or pale button mushrooms in his direction. All dead, He had hoped to save them, to bring survivors out of the deep dark, but all he could do now was collect information and try to make it back to the Brazen Coalition alive to deliver it. "You did this to our people?" Malcom asked the massive form of the Myco-Tyrant above him. What was left of the mayor replied,
You dug through the stone and ore and veins of shining crystal until one of your kind found us. We wanted to know more of you.
"And you couldn't simply ask?"
To join is to ask and know.
Malcolm's feathers ruffled. "To kill, you mean?" Xavier's head tilted in an almost human gesture.
We do not kill, we change, we spread. Where there is one of us, there is all of us.
An image of the body near Sunray Bay flashed through Malcolm's mind. Either this creature had no concept of death, or it didn't understand that it was killing its host when it... What was it doing precisely? Controlling their minds? Consuming them? Assimilating them into itself? "Where did you come from?" Malcom asked.
Here,
Xavier replied.
We have always been. We have watched and grown. We have seen the Oltec and their gods walk the core before it was denied to us. We were here when the Kamonwinak built cities and when their bones enriched the soil. We have traded with the Malamet and the deep goblins, and gathered lore from all the flesh that finds us.
Malcom had no idea what any of that meant, but it sounded impressive and alarming. The mention of trade, however, was the first promising thing he'd heard so far. "Maybe we can strike a deal," Malcom said. "Is there something specific my people might be able to offer you?" "Gold?" Breeches asked. "Gems?" The glowing green eyes of the suspended creature brightened.
We want the sun,
Xavier said.
The sun.
The sun. The sun. Repeated the infected people.
We have been denied the light of Chimley for ages,
Xavier continued.
You have another sun above, and we will have it.
You can't just have a sun, Malcom thought, but he kept that to himself as the full potential of what the Myco-Tyrant said dawned on him. If this creature made it to the surface, depending on how fast it spread, it could soon consume all of Sunray Bay, maybe even all of Ixalan. Lost gold and gems, as Breeches kept lamenting, were the absolute least of their worries. Malcom peered around him at the fungal forest, the high ceiling of the cavern, and the stalagmites and stalactites with their luminescent mold. He thought back to the tunnels through which he and Breeches had passed to get there, the distance from the bottom of downtown's Cenote mine. How could he and Breeches possibly escape this place alive? Amalia. The Oltec didn't have prisons like the ones in Torrizon, which Amalia had heard were vile, dank places filled with death and disease. They had temporary detention rooms, according to the guard who grudgingly answered Bartolome's questions. People weren't jailed as punishment. The concept seemed to appall the man. Even so, the Legion vampires and their few remaining servants were locked up in empty rooms, weapons confiscated, and left to await their fates. Bartolome arranged for him, Amalia, and Kellen to be together. He paced. Amalia sat on the floor, and Kellen stared out the small window, occasionally glancing back with a troubled expression. Amalia's map hadn't been taken, so she used her blood magic to explore the immediate area by filling it on the page. From the room next to them, Vito's voice rose.
The time of our salvation is at hand. The words of the venerable Tarian have guided me to this, our destination, and soon we will be redeemed.
Muffled sounds of approval followed. Bartolome shook his head in dismay and continued to walk, back and forth, hands clenched behind him. So, Kellen said quietly, you're vampires? Bartolome paused. What do you know of vampires? He asked. Kell shrugged. They murder innocent people and drink their blood? Not necessarily in that order. That's not what our church preaches, Amalia said, righteous indignation swelling inside her. We only feed from criminals, evil people, and we use the power of blood to help others. Who decides who's a criminal? Kellen asked, gesturing at the room. Right now, we're criminals. Justice will be served, Amalia said, but her conviction wavered. She had never considered that the people consigned to prison in Torzon might be innocent. The church would never allow it. Would they? Vito roared, Ours is the promise of eternity, baptized in blood and sanctified by Aclazotz, who waits for us here beyond these doors. Bartolome sighed. Some of us are not entirely committed to the morals espoused by the church. Amalia knew he wasn't referring only to Vito. She'd heard the whispers of Vona de Ledo and other heretics, but perhaps they were not who Bartolome meant. You said you came here through a magical doorway, Amalia said, eager for a new subject. Why would you leave home? Kellen looked back out the window. I'm searching for my father, he said. What happened to him? Bartolome asked. I don't know, Kellen said. What will you do when you find him? Amalia asked. That depends, Kellen mused. I've never met him, truth be told. Why do you want to find him, then? Bartolome asked, curious. A gold spark flashed in Kellen's brown eyes. I need to know more about myself and who I am. Amalia understood that sentiment all too well. I suspect, Bartolome said, laying a hand on Kellen's shoulder, that whether you find your father or not, you'll know yourself quite well by the end of your quest. You may be right, Kel chuckled. I already know that I'm tired of being rescued and imprisoned. Bartolome pointed his chin at Amalia. Her magic could get us out at any time, but where would we go? We're surrounded by enemies, and the surface is well above us. He was right. She could use her magic to rewrite the map, as she had before. But then what? Behold, Vito said, the power of Aclazotz. The light slanting through the window softened and faded, replaced by a tendril of mist. Amalia stood and peered outside. A magical fog covered the building, so thick her hand would disappear if she thrust it through the opening. Her people could do this, did so frequently in battle, but why now? In another room, a stifled scream died with a gurgle. Furtive begging met with a sickening thud. When the scent of blood reached her, Amalia feared the worst. The Legion soldiers had not fed enough since the descent began, and their human servants had dwindled between the desert and the Malamet. The usual rules and traditions might not bind those who were already prepared to commit atrocities in the name of God. Vito's voice again filled the silence. Follow me, children of shadow! Now we reclaim our power! The sound of splintering wood punctuated his words. Where were the guards? Swallowed by the mist? Amalia positioned herself in front of Kel, who protested and moved to her side. Bartolome stood between both of them and the door. Amalia, Bartolome said, if something happens to me, you must return to Queen Meralda. Tell her everything. He glanced at her over his shoulder. Promise me. I swear it, Amalia said, her voice raw. The door was torn from its place and thrown aside. Cavalleno glared at Bartolome, then stepped aside to allow Vito entry. A crimson handprint was smeared down the front of his armor, eyes blazing with religious fervor or thirst. Amalia didn't know. Aclazotz demands a sacrifice, Vito said, his mild tone at odds with his expression and the blood staining his mouth. He has had enough sacrifices, Bartolome retorted. The blood of the outsider will suffice, Vito continued, looking past Bartolome to Kellen. We will take him to Aclazotz, who will reward us with untold power and bring darkness to this sheltered place once more. Bartolome's gaze flicked to Kellen, then settled on Amalia. His expression changed, a widening of eyes, a firming of the jaw. Escape, he mouthed at her. They were impossibly far from Torzon, surrounded by Oltec warriors, but perhaps, after this, she and the strangers shared a common enemy. Amalia hovered her quill over the map. With a stroke, she could set them free. Bartolome leapt at Vito, hands curled into claws, fangs bared. They grappled, blocking the doorway so Cavalleno and the other soldiers couldn't intervene. Next to Amalia, Kellen pulled his wooden hilts from his belt. Gold light burst from them and formed into a pair of shimmering swords. Vito locked an arm around Bartolome's head and twisted, the terrible snap echoing in the small room. He let the body fall and stared down at it with undisguised contempt. Amalia stifled a sob as she steadied her shaking hand. She lowered the quill and swiped it delicately at the edge of the building on the map, erasing the line. The wall behind her vanished. Mist rolled in, swallowing everyone in the room. Kellen was only visible thanks to his swords. "Run!" Amalia said, grabbing Kellen's arm. The light of his weapons vanished as they fled, disappearing into the gloom, fear dogging their heels like a paladin's mastiff. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Episode 5, by Valerie Valdez. Quint. What would it be like to touch the sun? Quint stood on a hill, overlooking the valley that housed the Thousand Moons garrison and the nearby town, gently fanning his face with his ears. The land curved upward in the distance, rather than remaining flat, while below aqueducts wound their way between clusters of pyramids and smaller buildings, the water they carried pooling in stone reservoirs. He watched the Sun Empire warriors don special harnesses, supervised by members of the Thousand Moons. Huatli cooed to her bat, while Weta and her mount already made lazy circles in the air. Steward Akal seemed to sense Quint's envy.
"This is a coming-of-age ceremony for our people," she said. "Our new cousins are already of age, and they have their own traditions, but we are glad to share this with them."
"I'm honored to observe," Quint said. "Besides, someone has to stay with Pantlaza." Hearing his name, the raptor peered over to Quint. Once he realized Quint had no food, he went back to his nap. The Bat Riders launched into the air, gradually shrinking to black dots as they approached the glowing pink tail, stretching from the broken shell around the sun. The Cosmium Reef, they called it, a dangerous place filled with metal shards and fragments of the crystals used in their armor, weapons, and other devices. Huatli and the others would try to claim a piece of that cosmium for themselves. Steward Akal interrupted Quint's reverie.
"You are from another plane, not the surface."
"I am," Quint replied. "Arcavios. I attended a university there, Strixhaven."
"A place of learning?"
Steward Akal asked. "Yes," Quint said. "I studied archaeology and archaeomancy, among other things. I want to find lost stories and share them, preserve them for future generations." Steward Akal gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement.
"You are like our didacts. They explore and learn and teach. Stories are the memory of the plane, and to forget it is to succumb to darkness. Even during the Night War, our stories were a guiding light." Quint pondered how to ask about the Night War, or the metal around the sun, or any of a million other questions. There was so much to learn here, he hardly knew where to begin. He returned his attention to the bats. "Is this meant to be a secret, or could I share this with my colleagues?" "Not secret," Steward Akal said, "but it would be best to leave explanations to those of us who understand the nuances. I would be happy to summon one of our didacts to assist you, perhaps in exchange for stories and knowledge from your own home."
"An exchange would be excellent." A didact might also be able to help with his Coin Empire research. Depending on how things progressed, he could bring Sahili here soon, or some of his colleagues from Arcavios. A breeze cooled Quint's skin and set the grassy fields rippling. Quint pulled his goggles down over his eyes to get a better view. Dinosaurs and other animals roamed wild, rodents the size of dogs and long-necked ruminants with soft-looking fur. So peaceful. The distant figures darting among the reef began to return. Huatli was in front, with Inti behind her, while Caparocti and Weta trailed after them with the other soldiers. Huatli landed first, dismounting and handing her bat to an attendant. She all but bounced towards Steward Akal, waving a chunk of pink crystal. "I found a fragment!" Huatli exclaimed. "Is it large enough for a necklace, do you think?" Steward Akal nodded. "You might also be able to adorn a weapon with it. A sword, perhaps." A shadow crossed Huatli's face. "Perhaps," she said, her enthusiasm dampened. She scratched Pantlaz's feathered head, earning a happy trill in response. Inti and Caparocti glided to a halt, but Weta flew past. A piercing whistle sent the Oltec riders chasing her, including Chara, and Quint wondered if she might be having trouble with her mount. Within a span of breaths, however, she turned back and landed, but didn't climb down. The brow over her visible eye was furrowed, her mouth set in a grim line that mirrored the tension in her shoulders. "There," Weta said with deliberate calm, pointing toward the far end of the garrison across the valley. "The vampires have summoned a cloud of their cursed fog, bigger than usual." Quint didn't know what that meant, but the rest of the Sun Empire faction tensed. "You're sure?" Caparocti asked. Weta nodded. Inti cursed under his breath. Another sharp whistle and different cadence announced Char's return. She, like Weta, stayed mounted. "The 1000th moon approaches," Chara said. "She has 2 prisoners with her." Steward Akal leaned on her staff. "We must question them." The warriors muttered among themselves as Weta dismounted and stood at Quint's side. The grim form of Anim Pakal stalked toward them, weapon ready, gnome automaton at her side. In front of her, a vampire and a man trudged along warily. The vampire stumbled and the man caught her, helping her regain her footing. "We found these 2 running from the garrison," Anim told her sister. "We weren't escaping," the man said defensively. "We were trying to find help." Quint peered at him, and realized his ears were pointed. An elf, he guessed, the first he'd seen on Ixalan. "I'm Amalia, and this is Kellen," the vampire said. "The other vampires, they killed our human servants and the Queen's emissary, then escaped. They're looking for Aclazotz." "The betrayer?" Anim asked, recoiling with shock. "He's been imprisoned for ages." "Do you know where he is?" Amalia asked. Steward Akal paled and clutched her staff more tightly. "No, but some among the Oltec still worship him, and they may have passed this knowledge down." She looked toward the sun, closing her eyes. "If the vampires find these allies, they may at last be powerful enough to release the Bat God from his prison. No one in the core will be safe from his unending bloodthirst." Just what we need, Quint thought. A violent god trying to kill everyone for fun. Malcom. A host of fungal creatures closed in as the mycotyrant peered down at Malcom and Breeches from its webbed perch in the cavern, the green glow in its eyes inscrutable.
"Enough slow talk,"
it said, still using Xavier as a puppet.
"We will assimilate you, and we will ascend to the surface and its sun."
Malcom mentally plotted how quickly he could fly away with Breeches, and whether it would matter when the only exit was guarded. There must be another way out. He stretched his senses to feel the air currents, and found a tunnel behind the mycotyrant. A faint breeze from that direction carried the scent and a sensation of a large body of water. Here? Underground? "Big boom?" Breeches asked, his whisper awkwardly loud. Malcom glanced upward, then around, his gaze falling on a mushroom-encrusted dinosaur. He remembered the fight in the cavern and smiled. "Let me try something first," Malcom said. "Plug your ears." Breeches obeyed. Taking a deep breath, Malcom began to sing. The mycotyrant's eyes closed, and everyone around Malcom froze, stunned. He continued to sing, grabbing Breeches and tugging him toward the exit that led to water. They passed more unmoving figures, and even the toadstool trees seemed quiescent. He wondered if his proximity to the mycotyrant made his magic affect the entire colony, as the creature called its horde of puppets. He found the tunnel, glad for his shoulder light, since the glowing fungus had darkened. Breeches kept his hands over his ears as he followed. Malcom wasn't sure how long his magic would work, but he sang until they were deep into the rock, hoping it would carry and keep the monsters in his sway until he and Breeches were safe. A hideous, many-mouthed scream echoed behind them. He really needed to stop hoping. "Run!" Malcom said, then took off in a dead sprint. Breeches ran, his ambling gait keeping pace with Malcolm's. Green light erupted around them, fungal growths twisting and reaching for them as they passed. He didn't dare look back for fear it would slow him down enough to be caught. The feel and scent of water strengthened. A light loomed ahead, more blue than green, with faint tingles of magic interspersed. River Herald, but also something else. Something older and more powerful. Without warning, the tunnel ended in a short cliff. Below him, an ocean stretched so far he couldn't sense the end of it, while closer to his position, a gilded city crowded the banks and descended into the depths. Merfolk swam with purpose or lingered on the shore, some guards pointing up at him and Breeches, while others continued their business, unaware of the impending incursion. "Incoming!" Malcom shouted, imbuing magic in his voice to make it carry. He grabbed Breeches and dove out over the water, angling towards the city. The Mycotyrant's forces erupted from the tunnel. Malcom finally risked a glance backwards. It seemed every infected resident of downtown dogged his heels, tumbling out onto the beach or splashing awkwardly into the water. Their numbers were dwarfed by the half-decayed dinosaurs and cat people, and those creepy walking mushrooms, some wielding weapons while others gathered magic to themselves. Worse, holes in the roof of the cavern spouted flying creatures, dinosaurs and giant bats, so encrusted with fungus they struggled to stay aloft. The chaos of the battle destroyed any serenity the place had enjoyed. Merfolk drew weapons, activated the enchantments in their armor, pulled out jade totems, and summoned huge elemental creatures to repel the fungal invasion. Walking bonfires flung gouts of flame, while hulking waterspouts knocked foes from the air, sending them tumbling end over end to their dooms. At the top of a pyramid, like those in the Sun Empire, a door opened into a space that promised impossible skies, if Malcom and Breeches could only reach it. A merfolk warrior loomed in front of Malcom, brandishing a jade-tipped staff. He skidded to a stop. "Who are you?" she asked. "Malcom Lee, at your service," Malcom said, giving a polite bow. "This is Breeches, my associate." Breeches tipped his hat. "Pirates," the merfolk said, mouth twisting with distaste. "I'm Nikanzil. What evil have you brought to our shores?" "Calls itself the Mycotyrant," Malcom said. "Turns people into mushrooms." Nikanzil pondered this, her fins shifting behind her. "This must be the danger the Sun Empire mentioned. Our people beyond the Golden Door must be warned that it is closer than they knew." If warning them meant escaping through that door, Malcom was ready to oblige. "Come on," he told Breeches. "Let's go sound the alarm." Breeches bared his teeth in assent as he drew his 3 swords, one for each hand and one with his tail, and together they traversed the battlefield, dodging combatants as Malcom aimed unerringly for the promise of open skies. Vito. "Come to me!" The voice of Aclazotz called to Vito more clearly than ever. He led the remaining vampires of his expedition through the broad paths of the garrison, shrouded in impenetrable fog. Despite Bartolome thwarting his intended sacrifice, he'd finally had his revenge on that thorn of the Black Rose. His body thrummed with the holy sacrament he'd consumed and anticipation of more to come. Voices called out in the mist, laced with confusion and bravado, and more than anything, fear. Clavileño and the other soldiers found and silenced some, gorging themselves in an ecstasy of blood. The words of Venerable Tarian thrummed in Vito's mind like the heartbeats of the people he stalked. "Blessed are the weak, for they shall feed the strong. Blessed are the peaceful, for they shall yield without struggle. Blessed are the merciless, for they shall require no mercy." A red glow appeared in the fog, walking toward Vito. He lowered his lance to attack. Vito Quiano de Pasamante, the figure whispered. I have been sent to guide you to Aclazotz. Could this be a trick? Surely no one would dare. I am ready, Vito said, raising the lance like a standard. They left the garrison and trampled across carefully tended fields, past isolated homesteads whose denizens huddled together in fear, finally descending into the depths of a fetid swamp. The vampire's skin was as pale as the moss hanging like the beards of old men from the gnarled branches around them. Boots squelched in ankle-high mud that stank of rotten eggs and decay, and any animal sounds and songs that might have once given life to the land fell silent as if under a spell. More people joined them, carrying or wearing crystals that glowed a dim red, until a veritable army traveled unseen within the fog that wound its way between trees and turned the sun into a feeble ghost. Some of them dragged glassy-eyed prisoners through the muck, presumably imminent sacrifices for Aclazotz. Who are you? Vito asked. We are the servants of Aclazotz, the figure replied. We have worshipped our master since he was imprisoned, waiting for the day of his salvation. Vito faltered at the mention of imprisonment. He had assumed Aclazotz merely bided his time, part of a greater plan, not that he had been trapped here, in this nightless place, the father of vampires, caged. Then a rush of pride overcame that flicker of doubt. He was the instrument of his god, a savior. He would realize the vision of Venerable Tarion, exceeding the disappointment that was Saint Elenda. A new, pure era would begin in Torrizon, with him leading the faithful. Vito didn't know how long he trudged through the swamp. Once he might have been surprised his enemies hadn't found him, riding their bats through the skies. Surely the fog would be visible from a distance. But Aclazotz worked in mysterious ways, and Vito trusted his god to ensure the success of his chosen saint. Before he could ask how much longer until they reached their destination, the fog cleared, revealing the mouth of a cave. Nothing about it marked the location as special. No signs or symbols were carved into the exposed stone. No temple steps invited entry. No gold or silver adorned the entrance or the tunnel beyond. It might have been any cave in any place in all the plain, and Vito knew its anonymity was part of its power. Vito had lost the magical candles that lit his way through the caverns of the underground. The red lights of the servants of Aclazotz guided him, first through a narrow corridor that might have been naturally formed, then into a side tunnel that had clearly been clawed open, according to some intelligent design. The stench of rot pervaded the space, as if this were a midden or carnal house, rather than the shrine of a deity. He would see Aclazotz properly worshipped in temples befitting his majesty, and his foes would suffer for their impertinence. The tunnel ended in a strange door, ringed with symbols and engravings he didn't recognize, a gaping hole at its center. The figure who led him retrieved something from their robes, a chunk of pink crystal that glowed with an inner light. This is the key, they said, handing it to Vito. Place it inside and be marked as worthy, or be destroyed. Vito did not doubt his worth. He took the crystal and placed it in the cavity. A ring of stones clamped down on his arm, rendering him unable to move. The pink glow of the crystal brightened, and with it came a searing pain, as if his fist had been plunged into the sun. Vito clenched his teeth until his fangs pierced his lip, blood trickling down his chin. The sensation shifted from fire to ice as the flush of vitality from his recent feedings drained from him, pouring into the cavity until he trembled, more enervated than he'd felt since his last blood fast. His knees threatened to buckle, but he forced them to straighten and bear his weight. He would not fail Aclazotz, now or ever. The pain and pressure vanished, and Vito pulled his arm free. Crimson light spread to the glyphs around the door, and it rolled sideways with a deep rumbling sound. "You may enter the sanctum," said his guide. A proper temple facade awaited, its columns rising to 4 times Vito's height. A stream of bats erupted from the entrance, as if to mark the occasion of his arrival. He waited for them to pass, then continued his procession, Clavilenio and the others behind him like an honor guard. A small antechamber opened to a vast amphitheater with tiered rows of seating. Carved glyphs in the walls bathed the assembled crowds in blood-red light, and 1,000 pale faces turned to watch Vito enter. He lifted the lance of Tarion higher, descending to meet his fate, to reach the figure at the center of the room.
"Come to me,"
said the voice, as familiar to Vito now as his own name, Aclazotz. The bat god crouched on the floor, shrouded by his wings and wrapped in loops of thick gold chains inlaid with hundreds of pink crystals. His body was the brown of old dried blood, wings gilded and tattered where they brushed the stone beneath him. A collar of skulls hung from his neck, and a black and gold crown adorned his head, proclaiming his godhood to any who gazed upon him. A single red eye pierced Vito with the strength of its regard, and he fell to his knees in worship.
"My master," Vito murmured, voice thick with emotion, "I have come."
Aclazotz drew a deep, rusting breath.
"My slumber was disturbed by the invaders on the surface," he said, "and so I have called to you all, my children of the night. The time of my ascension is at hand."
"We shall rise," the assembled Cosmium Eaters intoned.
"The end of the 5th age is upon us,"
Aclazotz continued.
"Chimley's light will be extinguished, and my darkness will be absolute. You, my chosen, will serve at my side, glorying in the salvation of life everlasting. Bring forth the sacrifices."
A wail emerged from a cave to Vito's left. The people who'd been dragged through the swamp were penned inside, huddled together like lambs at a market. Vito rose and approached them, gesturing for his soldiers to attend him.
"Do not fear death," Vito said soothingly.
"Your blood will give rise to the power, the glory, and eternal kingdom of Aclazotz for now and forever."
One by one, the prisoners were delivered unto the bat god, who feasted on their essences as Vito respectfully averted his gaze. The bodies were dragged away and thrown into a pit, faint streaks of gore marking their passing. With every death, the baleful eye of the god brightened, a beacon in the dim room. And then it was done. Aclazotz huddled in on himself. Then with a piercing scream, he rose and strained against his bonds. The pink crystals in the chains flickered madly, then dulled to the same red as the god's eye. A concussive burst of magic struck everyone in the room as the gold links snapped in a dozen places. With a mighty shrug, Aclazotz sent the chains scattering across the floor. He lifted himself to his full height and stretched his wings, and Vito fell to his knees again in awe.
"Come to me," Aclazotz intoned. "Receive my blessing."
Vito reached the god first, prostrating himself.
"I am worthy," he said.
"Then my eternal covenant shall be yours."
Aclazotz bent down until his breath misted Vito's face, smelling of blood and some sickly sweet flower in the throes of decay. The fangs of the god lengthened and sharpened. In a flash, he sank them deep into Vito's neck and torso. Vito screamed. Pain spread across his chest, then into his limbs, a fire beyond anything blood had ever ignited in his veins. Muscles spasmed and bones cracked and reformed, black spots dancing across his vision as unconsciousness threatened to claim him. The fangs of Aclazotz released him, and he dimly sensed that the others around him were being blessed as well, one after the other. The magic receded, and Vito winced at the profusion of sounds and scents that suddenly demanded his attention. The dim red lights of the crystals blazed like torches, even as all other colors were leached out of the room. His once pristine robes now hung in tatters from his larger frame, torn by his transformation and the ministrations of Aclazotz. He swiveled new ears towards Clavelenio, who had finished his own transformation, and turned beady eyes to Vito. Where once vampires had knelt, new creatures stood, their forms echoing their masters. They retained their armor and weapons, but their hands now ended in vicious claws. Vito flexed his wings, longer fangs protruding from his enlarged mouth. "Come," Aclazotz said. He launched himself into the air, exiting the room through a broad hole in the ceiling. Vito followed without hesitation, his comrades beneath him. They passed through a dark tunnel, made bright by the echoes of their collective shrieks, until a pinprick of distant light grew to reveal the world beyond. They emerged from the caves, a legion prepared to do battle for the god who had gifted them with his power. The first flash of the sun's brilliant glow stung his eyes, but they soon adjusted, and the land spread out before him in shades of stark black, bone white, and misty gray. Air currents swirled around them, carrying myriad scents, both familiar and unknown. The rich decay of the swamp, the musk of animals, moisture-laden clouds, and, just ahead, bats and humans mingling together. Up they flew, higher and further, until they reached the long trail of pink-tainted metal that arced away from the sun. Aclazotz hovered, his eye once again flaring as he turned his gaze to the light.
"Chimley," he whispered, addressing the core's shining sun. "As I was consigned to my prison, so shall you be. I will consume your precious Oltec as I did their ancestors, as I consumed your feeble god spawn to close the veil between death and life. I will end the 5th age at last, and my children will bring the 6th age to the plane."
His largest wings stretched wide, then began to close, straining as if he were moving an impossibly heavy weight. The metal around the sun shifted, pieces rotating and locking together like a broken container being reassembled, which is precisely what it was. Aclazotz wielded his power to reform a shattered sphere that would soon imprison Chimley. The shadow of that prison fell across the land, enshrouding it in a darkness deeper than any night in Torzon. Vito's altered eyes thrilled at the change, the richness of the landscape's textures both heard and seen. With a harsh gasp, Aclazotz closed his wings and fell to the ground, impacting it with a sound like thunder. Vito landed beside him as the god struggled to stand, glaring at the remaining shafts of light escaping the sun's metal walls.
"More," Aclazotz said. "I require more sacrifices. You will bring them to me."
"Thy will be done," Vito said. He shrieked his command to the assembled legion, and their response echoed through the mountains until it shook the foundations of the plain. Weta. The sun darkened, and Weta fought the urge to panic, cold sweat pooling in the small of her back. She rode her bat toward the clouds of fog that covered the Thousand Moon garrison and the swamps and mountains beyond. They'd lost time searching the villages and outlying areas for escaped vampires, finding Oltec huddled in their homes and signs of violence in the streets. Their destination had been uncertain until a swarm of creatures shot out of a cave, led by a bat as large as 3 or 4 people standing end to end. Aclazotz. At first, Weta assumed the monsters with him were other bats, but her spyglass told her another story. They were vampires, corrupted somehow, turned into abominations that resembled their foul god, yet still wearing their armor and carrying their weapons. The Legion made straight for the Cosmium Reef, halting at its edge. Before the first among the Oltec could reach them, the light had begun to disappear, as if a shade were being drawn over a lantern. The war against the Phyrexians had been like this. Day turning into night as the enemy blotted out the sun. The screams of her allies, her friends, turned to sobs, pleas, prayers, then cut off. The wave of memories crested, and she rode it like a ship in a storm, trying not to capsize. Huatli glided up to her, riding her own bat, her shard of the threefold sun illuminating her face as it had in the darkest caverns.
"Breathe, little warrior," Huatli shouted. "Victory will be ours this day."
Was it day anymore? It didn't matter. The sentiment held, even if she'd heard it uttered by so many who wouldn't live to see another hour.
"Chimley's prison is being remade,"
the fight leader shouted from her mount.
"We must stop the betrayer Aclazotz, or Chimley will be sealed inside again."
Weta didn't want another war. Not with the so-called god, not with the sun-forsaken vampires, not with anyone. But she would fight this battle, the one before her, the one forced on her, and she would win. The crystals on the flight leader's headpiece gleamed like a pink constellation, as did similar gems on the other bat riders. Below, across the land, in garrisons and villages, cities and huts, people called light to themselves. Single flames and bonfires, flickering glows and steady beacons. Weta didn't know these Oltec well yet, but she felt a kinship with them, with this refusal to bow to the weight of shadow.
"Still think we should leave Torrizon alone?"
Caparocti shouted at Huatli.
"This isn't Torrizon,"
she replied, dark eyes cold.
"Even so, these monsters will never see their homeland again once we reach them."
"There's the warrior poet we all know and love," Inti joked. "Give us a poem before we ride into battle." Caparocti rolled his eyes, but Weta listened as best she could, not wanting the words to be lost to the wind that whistled past. Huatli's gaze grew distant, then shifted to meet Weta's. When she spoke, it was loud, defiant.
"We do not fear the little mist. We have weathered hurricanes. We do not fear the falling night. We rise with the threefold sun."
"For the threefold sun!" Caparocti shouted. The Sun Empire troops echoed his words, and the Oltec bat riders trilled a ferocious whistle that sent shivers up Weta's neck. A terrible shriek echoed from the Legion. Some of the bats careened wildly or bucked, nearly dropping their riders. Weta's mount shrilled back and dove, her stomach leaping into her throat as she struggled to regain control. The vampire abominations flew toward the Oltec force. Huge bat wings kept these strange creatures aloft. Beady eyes stared from gaunt, pale faces with flattened noses and huge ears. Some still wore their helms, some their plate armor, while others must have once been Oltec given their torn ponchos and kipu. They shrieked again as the vanguard of riders reached them, spears and bright pink magic colliding with swords and sickly waves of red. One of the Dusk Legion charged Weta, brandishing his sword. She drew her own, thumbing the magic stone that extended it into a spear. She waited, biding her time, focus narrowing to take in speed and distance. The vampire bat was nearly in striking distance when she urged her mount into a shallow dive, striking upward. Her blade tore a deep gash in her enemy's wing, and with a scream he spun toward the earth. Nearby, Huatli chased a pair of Cosmium-eater bats, while one of the Thousand Moons fought a creature with a tall, familiar-looking lance. Weta moved to flank, but another vampire bore down on her. She banked her bat to avoid his sword, then barely missed another attack from her blind side. With an annoyed grunt, she pulled her mount upward to survey the battle from above. The swirls of the Cosmium Reef floated around her, drifts of crystal small as drops of rain. It would have been beautiful if the blood of her allies and enemies wasn't joining the cloud. So it would always be, she thought darkly. Blood in the sky, blood on the stone, blood in the rivers and in the foam on the sea. A golden gleam caught her eye, glinting in the slivered light of the sun. The door at the base of the mountain, the one through which they'd passed to enter this new land. Someone flew out of it. Another vampire bat? No. A siren? One she was almost sure she recognized. A rush of greenish blackness poured through the portal behind him. Fungal creatures like the ones she and the other Sun Empire warriors had fought in the deserted city by the underground river. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. All of them preparing to swarm the garrison.
"It always rains when it's wet,"
Waita muttered. Malcom. The open air was not the balm Malcom had hoped for, despite its relative sweetness after so long slogging through stagnant caves. His enemies dogged his heels, tossing spore bombs and casting ropes of fungus to tie people to the ground. Worse, as intriguing as this new land might be, sloping upwards to encircle the sky, there appeared to be another battle, already in progress. Malcom put more distance between himself and the teeming mass of sentient mushrooms, trying to keep an eye on Breeches. The goblin's 3 blades spun and cut like a reaper mowing a field, but he would be overcome if reinforcements didn't manifest soon. The closer Malcom flew to the strange, shadowed sun at the center of this place, the more the air currents shifted. No, slowed, as if some magic force made them drowsy. His feathers fluffed slightly, the weight of his limbs easing barely enough to notice, and yet he did. It was incredible. It drew him like a moth to flame, or maybe a fish to a hook. In the floating reef of pink-infused metal, people riding bat sword with people bats? Wearing Dusk Legion armor? He blinked at that in confusion. Some of the riders were Sun Empire, if their armor and the lights they carried were any indication, but how had they found this place, and why? One of them caught his eye, a familiar face from High and Dry, or rather, a recognizable weapon and eye patch. She had moved away from the center of the fight, and now stared in his direction. Malcom raced toward her, and she did the same, each fighting the occasional bat-winged vampire until the two of them met in the middle. "Waita," Malcom said, relieved. "What's going on here?" "Let me explain," Waita said, then paused. "No, there is too much. Let me sum up. The vampires have transformed into bat monsters, and their god imprisoned the sun. You? A giant mushroom is infecting people and turning them into its puppets, so it can take over the plane." Waita snorted. "It'll have to get in line. Do you think it could infect a god?" "Let's not find out," Malcom said, his feathers rippling with unease. "Follow me," Waita said. "We must warn the steward, if she doesn't already know." She led him up, no, down, to a cluster of humans dressed in unfamiliar garb, as well as a vampire and 2 strangers. Off-worlders, just like Vraska and Jace had been, if he had to guess. And those cursed Phyrexians. One of those off-worlders jogged over immediately, a Loxodon with goggles on his head.
"Waita," he exclaimed breathlessly. "Everything all right up there? What's happening? Who's your friend?"
Waita grinned.
"Quint, this is Malcom Lee. Everything's a mess, and there's a horde of those walking mushrooms pouring through the golden door."
Quint seemed to think this through.
"How many is a horde?"
"How many mushrooms makes a forest?"
Malcom replied. "Mushrooms?" the pointy-eared young man asked. "Are they poisonous?" Malcom laughed grimly. "Much worse. They're ambitious." The vampire woman sighed.
"Saints protect us from ambition."
Someone else approached, a woman wearing an elaborate headdress and leaning on a staff. "This is quite a time of strife," she said. "I'm Steward Akal, and you seem to have brought us more trouble." "Not on purpose," Malcom said. "I came to solve the mystery of what happened to my people, and unfortunately I found the answer. It said you call it the Myco-Tyrant." Steward Akal pursed her wrinkled lips. "My sister was mobilizing the 1,000 moons to mount a defense, but between this and Aclazotz, our forces will be spread thin." She gestured at a soldier standing nearby, who ran over and saluted. "Send another urgent summons through the towers to any available gardeners." Malcom sighed in relief. This wasn't over, but he and Breeches weren't alone in their fight anymore. "Breeches, oh no." "Waita," Malcom said. "Can you help me give someone a ride?" Vito. This battle would be immortalized in the new scriptures of Aclazotz for the rest of time. Vito dodged a wave of magic from an old-tech bat rider, then speared her through the midsection with his lance. Only her harness kept her from falling to her death as she slumped over the saddle. The scent of her blood sweetened the air, and Vito shrieked in triumph. Around him, streams of glittering pink dust darkened as the sacrifices converted the power of the reef, bending it to the will of Aclazotz. Soon the god would finish what he had begun, and the treacherous light of this inner world would be extinguished. His soldiers pursued their foes relentlessly, looping through the sky, striking human and bat alike. Clavileño had initially formed ranks, but soon the fight transformed into a frenzied melee. Sword fought spear, teeth and claws tore through spells, and transformed creatures alternately feasted and carried humans back to Aclazotz. The one Vito had struck succumbed to that very fate as a hulking vampire in a torn poncho shredded her harness and pulled her from her mount. Her scream faded into the darkness, and Vito moved on to his next opponent. Clavileño soared past, trading sword strikes with a burly Sun Empire warrior, wielding a staff with a blade on each end. The weapon knocked Clavileño's helmet off, and the vampire barely ducked a second slash that would have tore open his throat. Instead, it sliced his ear in half. Either Clavileño felt no pain, or it didn't bother him, because he renewed his attack with greater ferocity. Before Vito could intervene, another warrior descended on him, armed with a shield and a broad longsword. This one he remembered from the introductions among the river heralds. Inti, Seneschal of the Sun. How appropriate for him to meet his end here, as Aclazotz snuffed out the sun's light.
"For the power and glory of Aclazotz!"
Vito growled, launching himself at the interloper. Inti's shield knocked Vito's lance away, his sword slashing down toward Vito's neck. Vito glided back, the blow whistling harmlessly through the empty air. He stabbed again with his lance, and again his attack was deflected. They circled each other in the air, sun and shadow, fire and smoke. The Seneschal moved his shield to expose the light on his belt, temporarily blinding Vito, who retreated with a hiss. "Don't like the power of the threefold sun, bloodsucker," Inti taunted, pushing his temporary advantage by unleashing a flurry of cuts. He didn't notice Clavileño gliding silently toward him. Vito bared his newly elongated fangs.
"My god granted me something greater than yours, weakling."
"What is that?" Inti asked.
"The power of flight."
Vito drove his lance down in a single powerful thrust, straight into the skull of Inti's mount. The bat shuddered and went limp, then began to fall, with Inti still harnessed to its saddle. The warrior fought to unhook the latches that tethered him to the mount, and in doing so left himself vulnerable. Clavileño circled behind him and gripped Inti's head in one massive claw.
"Glory to Aclazotz,"
Vito said. Clavileño snapped Inti's neck, and both human and bat bodies fell into darkness. "Inti!" A scream from nearby. The warrior poet on her own mount, diving toward her fallen comrade. Vito followed her. She, too, would make an excellent sacrifice. The Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Episode 6. Written by Valerie Valdez. Huatli. Inti is dead. The battle raged in the sky, Sun Empire and Oltec warriors chasing the twisted Dusk Legion soldiers through the rolling detritus of the Cosmium Reef. On the ground, Huatli cradled the broken body of her cousin, kneeling in the blood-spattered soil of a land far from home. She had failed to protect him. Death was a warrior's constant companion, but no one eagerly fell into her embrace. What would she tell her family? Every word of comfort she had ever offered to the loved ones of a lost comrade turned to sand in her mouth. A gust of wind and the flapping of wings signaled the arrival of her enemy. Vito carried the same lance he had wielded when she met him in the River Herald's underground city, but his form was corrupted, a vile combination of man and bat.
"Aclazotz will be pleased when I deliver you unto him,"
Vito said, his voice rougher, fangs longer.
"His victory is at hand."
Huatli stood, readying her sword and razor-edged shield. "Tilonali, smite my enemies," she prayed silently. Vito circled her, his lance aimed at Huatli's heart.
When we return to Torrizon, I will be made a saint. I will bring my people the pure gospel of blood, unsullied by our weak queen and the false saint Elenda. The faithful shall reform to accept the true rites of Aclazotz, or be purged.
That knowledge would please Caparocti if he still lived. It would be easier to invade Torrizon if the vampires were already killing each other. In this moment, however, Huatli hardly cared. Vito thrust. Huatli knocked the point of his lance downwards as she sidestepped. He struck again and again while she danced out of reach.
Together, Vona and I will rule at our master's side, he continued. We will dwell in this house for eternity, while the faithful who served him in his confinement will rule here, an alliance of blood and power.
Would he never cease talking? Huatli watched for an opening. She needed to turn this fight to her favor.
I should let you live, Vito said, baring his teeth. Who better to make my words canon than the poet of my fallen enemy? Who better to carry the tale of my victory to the empire that will soon be nothing but a memory?
Huatli extended her senses, reaching out with her magic to the land around her, searching, calling, hearing her call answered.
Where are your fine speeches, warrior poet? Vito taunted. Has the return of Aclazotz stopped your tongue? Or was it the death of your precious seneschal?
Huatli fell to one knee, stretching her magic until she felt like a paper-thin layer of rubber. The sounds around her faded. She called to the mountains and forests, the fields and valleys. More voices replied, until her head swam with the effort of containing them all.
You wish to throw yourself at my mercy?
Vito asked. He struck again, the point of his lance sliding off the armor of her upper arm. The pain galvanized her will. Huatli stood, swaying under the onslaught of the multitudes she summoned. Vito aimed to trip her, but she danced backwards, years of training making her nimble despite the magic splitting her focus. Vito leapt into the air, using the height and distance to his advantage. Huatli couldn't reach him, couldn't hit him, could only continue to push his blows aside with her shield. Already her muscles ached from exertion. Soon she would tire. Soon she would fall. Not yet. Not until Inti was avenged. The ground trembled beneath her boots.
Abandon your foolish hopes,
Vito said, hovering above her like a grim shadow.
Aclazotz is risen, and his eternal reign is inevitable.
He stabbed his lance down at Huatli. She caught it in the gap of her shield, twisting the weapon out of his hand.
Only death is inevitable,
Huatli said,
even for you.
A cry rent the air. Vito turned to find its source. A flying dinosaur barreled into him, sending him tumbling to the ground. From another direction, Pantlaza raced into the light shed by Huatli's armor, attacking Vito with the huge, sharp claws on his feet. They carved a pair of long slices into his gray skin, which bled ichor as black as his foul heart.
You dare?
Vito shrieked. More dinosaurs appeared from land and sky, swarming over the vampire with tooth and claw. Each time he took to the air, he was driven back down. On the ground, he was flanked and harried from all sides. Huatli picked up the lance, a superb weapon wielded by a wicked hand. It deserved a fitting end. Vito threw a dinosaur off, leaving a gap in the wall surrounding him. With a roar, Huatli charged, the full might of her rage and sorrow filling her arm with strength. The lance slid through the vampire's plate armor, piercing his vile heart and pinning him to the ground. Vito froze in shock, and Huatli hoped pain. He collapsed to his knees, monstrous hands futilely attempting to pull the lance out. His own blood made the haft too slippery to grasp.
Aclazotz, he whispered, why have you forsaken me?
Huatli stood over him in silence as he fell sideways, blood pooling beneath him on the dark earth. The red light died in his monstrous eyes. The Empire was rid of a dangerous enemy, and yet Huatli felt hollow. The vampire's death would not return her cousin to life. The dinosaurs clustered around her as they surrounded Vito. Instead of attacking, they nuzzled her with snouts, brushed her skin with feathers, comforted her. Pantlaza trilled at Huatli, crooning like a father to a hurt child. "Thank you," Huatli murmured, touching the light of the threefold sun where it gleamed on her armor. But the battle was not over. More vampires remained, and Aclazotz still darkened this land. With a mental command, Huatli sent the flying dinosaurs towards the Cosmium Reef, and the others towards the stewards and her other allies. She mounted her own bat and flew away from the bodies of family and foe, promising Inti that she would return when every vampire in the core was eradicated. Malcom. The army of the Myco-Tyrant spread across the pristine land like, well, a virulent fungal infection, which was basically what it was. Malcom felt guilty for bringing this problem to a place that seemed idyllic, aside from the vampires and darkness, and the return of an ancient evil. Right, no, everything was bad. As he listened to Quint confer with a spirit named Abuelo, an echo he called himself, Malcom thought of Vraska and all she'd told him of other planes and cities and seas. He missed her. She'd died in the invasion, or so he'd heard. He didn't want to believe it of his former captain, who had always seemed so powerful, nearly invincible. But war had a nasty habit of stripping away people's lovely illusions and replacing them with ugly truths. Vito was a walking example of that, a child forced to grow up faster than a herald-magicked weed. She stood nearby, while Breeches voraciously ate his way through some local fruit. Malcom should do the same, but his stomach was clenched with worry.
"We won't know unless we try,"
Quint said, holding up a quipu. Abuelo nodded, his expression determined. "What are they doing?" Malcom asked Vito. She shrugged. "Magic!" Quint laid the quipu on the ground and traced shimmering blue sigils above it. The magic spread to the quipu, blue shifting to pink as the crystals knotted into the strings of the garment lit up. Abuelo stilled as if holding his breath. A teal bubble of light formed above the garment, which rose to hover at Malcolm's shoulder height. The light stretched and rolled like a miniature storm, then from one blink to the next, it became the figure of a woman. The quipu hung from her neck, over her poncho.
"There you are," she exclaimed. "I thought the Titan got you."
Abuelo chuckled.
"It did. Oh, I suppose it did."
She looked around.
"What happened to the other Kamon?" "I don't know,"
Abuelo said,
"but let me introduce you to our new friends. Everyone, this is Abuela."
Abuela sniffed the air.
"The Myco-Tyrant nears. We must gather the other echoes."
Breeches swallowed whatever he'd been chewing.
"More ghosts?"
he asked, dismayed. "Better than mushroom-encrusted dinosaurs," Malcom muttered. Lights crested a nearby hill. Malcom took to the air to scout, sighting people whose ponchos and quipu suggested they were Oltec. They carried staves tipped with pink crystals, and some were accompanied by furry long-necked creatures he'd never seen before. Their faces were lined with tattoos, some glowing faintly in the dark of the hidden sun. Malcom returned to his allies to find Abuela clapping her ghostly hands in excitement.
"The gardeners have arrived,"
she exclaimed. Abuelo nodded.
"We are fortunate they came so quickly."
"What can they do?" Malcom asked. The steward answered, her voice rich with purpose.
"Since the beginning of the Quiet Age, they've been developing practices to fight this enemy. We had hoped never to need them, but we wished to be prepared."
One of the gardeners approached the steward, saluting and bowing her head politely.
"Tangilom sends his regards, and some of his fellow echoes."
Various gardeners produced different objects: a necklace, a headdress, a small crystal mask, a serrated blade, and more. Spirits burst into existence, anchored to the items. Some were less solid, some human, but all bowed to the steward and awaited further orders. Steward Akal surveyed the group.
Our ancient enemies have returned. While our Thousand Moons fight to save Chimley, you must preserve the land for their return. O'Hare Kaslem will aid us, the gardener replied, as will O'Hare Ashurnay with his fire and storms and the other gods.
The lone vampire standing nearby, Amalia, that was her name, stepped forward, gripping her pant leg nervously.
I may be able to help, she said. I can change the land with my map.
Steward Akal pointed.
Coordinate with the gardeners. We must all work together.
Kellen, whom Malcom had only seen by her side, squeezed Amalia's shoulder in support and offered her a dimpled grin.
May the gods guide us all, Steward Akal said. Save Chimley and save the core.
A roar of approval replied, and the members of the newly formed army set out. Malcom flew toward the massive fungus, which had finally stopped swarming through the golden door. Their eerie green glow made them an easy target in the darkness, distinct from shafts of white or pink or the blood red emanating from other sources. At the center of the group, two huge mushroom-headed creatures held the myco-tyrant aloft in its fibrous web. Malcom shivered and surveyed the land, then turned back to meet the others.
The myco-tyrant isn't far. He's heading...
What cardinal directions made sense here? The sun didn't move.
This way,
he finally said, pointing. The gardener turned to Amalia, who pulled a map and quill out of a container slung across her back. She bit her finger open, daubed it in her ash tin, and carefully smeared the blood mixture on the paper. Malcom peered at the map. Parts of it were filled in, but others were blank. As the solution spread, the empty portions of the map disappeared, replaced by a detailed depiction of the terrain. It even showed the mass of the mushroom army as a dark stain.
We could use that kind of magic in the Coalition, he told Amalia. If you ever want to jump ship, so to speak.
Amalia gave him a faint, almost embarrassed smile.
Wait until you see the rest, Kellen said, nudging her with his hip.
Amalia asked the gardener,
Where do you want the fissure?
The gardener ran her finger around a particular section of the map.
There, make it as deep as you can. We will do the rest.
Amalia nodded and lowered her quill to the paper. She waited, took a deep breath, and then swiped the nib across the map. The ground rumbled and shook. Malcom stumbled. When he looked at the map again, a deep crevice lay in the path of the army, encircling them so retreat would be difficult. Kellen gripped Amalia's elbow as she wavered.
You're amazing at this, he said.
Amalia's cheeks darkened. Was she blushing? Vampires didn't blush. What a precious little fledgling. Malcom flew back toward the myco-tyrant and his troops. The first small mushroom scouts found the trench, too deep and too steep for them to climb, too wide to leap. More of the creatures arrived, dozens, hundreds, and to his horror, they began to throw themselves off the cliff. No, they held each other, grafted together, forming a thick, fungal chain. One of the flying creatures dove into the space and grabbed the last mushroom, carrying it to the opposite side. More of them piled on, and soon a thick bridge spanned the crevice. So much for that plan, Malcom thought. Before he could get any closer to the myco-tyrant, Malcom felt more than saw something above him. A fungus-encrusted bat swooped down, narrowly missing him. More such creatures filled the skies, their movements awkward and stilted compared to his, but they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers.
Not today, Stinkhorn, he said, and retreated.
Below him, the echoes formed a ghostly vanguard that reached the mushrooms before everyone else. Malcom landed next to Breeches, and Quint gestured at them.
What are they doing?
Malcom asked. Quint lowered his goggles.
Watch.
An echo with a face like a bear's skull floated up to one of the smaller walking mushrooms, which paused as if in confusion. Silently, the echo slid into the creature and vanished. At first, nothing happened, then the mushroom shuddered and jerked, veins of bright teal splitting its skin. It dissolved into blue smoke, as if consumed by invisible fire. The echo reformed and drifted to the next enemy. Other echoes followed suit, and one by one, soldiers in the fungal army dissipated.
They turned themselves into a sickness, Quint explained. It only affects the mycoids. That's what they call the mushrooms.
Impressive, Malcom said. There are so many of them, though. The counter-infection is only one of our tools, a gardener said. Here is another. The gardeners divided into groups of 3 and stood shoulder to shoulder, raising their staves. Thin rings of pink light emanated from the crystals embedded in the wood, rippling outward in waves. With a shout, the gardeners lowered their weapons, and the magic sliced through the air towards the mycoids. Every fungus the light touched burst into flames. Dozens of the creatures fell writhing to the ground, then lay still, disintegrating into ash. Still more came. The fighting devolved into a melee, with some of the mycoids wielding spears or blades, and others casting spells that choked the Oltec with fetid spores. Kellen stayed near Amalia, gracefully fending off enemies with a pair of magical blades. An unfurled scroll hovered in front of Quint like a shield, and it worked as well as one, the magically rigid paper shattering and deflecting incoming arrows and spears. Quint wielded another like a whip, sigil sending ribbons of gold energy lashing out to loop around enemies and cut through them like razors. The mycoids advanced despite their injuries, leaving piles of decomposing fungus in their wake. The titans remained on the far side of the crevice, too heavy to cross the mushroom bridge. The myco-tyrant hung between them, baleful green eyes glaring at its enemies. Malcom caught Breeches staring at the fungal overlord with the same shrewd expression he wore when he was calculating how deep a mark's pockets were. He finally bared his teeth in a wild grin and pointed. "Big boom!" Breeches exclaimed. "You think it can kill the myco-tyrant?" Malcom asked incredulously. Breeches nodded and grinned. From his pack he retrieved the weapon he'd acquired in High and Dry as payment for a debt. The metal tube was about the length of a forearm, with an elaborate vine pattern etched into the surface, a jutting leaf for a trigger, and flower petals molded to the end. Malcom had been surprised when the previous owner agreed to turn the thing over. Once he'd seen it in action, however, he'd concluded he would rather stick with cannons, thanks very much. It was more destructive and more unreliable than it was worth. Those qualities would likely serve them well now. Malcom picked up Breeches and leapt into the air, circling around from the direction he'd decided to call south. "We'll probably get one chance," Malcom said. "Don't miss." Breeches glared at him indignantly. Malcom didn't argue. It would definitely hit something. He just didn't want it to be him. One of the titans holding the myco-tyrant swiveled its wrinkled moral head to watch Malcom and Breeches fly closer. With a roar, it grabbed a nearby mycoid and threw it, the smaller creature flailing its limbs and trying to hit Malcom or Breeches in passing with its spear. Malcom dropped and it sailed over him. Another mycoid followed, then another, and he wished he were back at High and Dry, telling the story of this unbelievable day to friends over a drink. "Mushrooms," he would say. "Smart mushrooms turned into projectiles, trying to stab me. No, seriously, swear it on my song." Assuming he survived, which he fervently hoped to. "Any time now, Breeches," he said, his tone strained. Breeches pointed the tube at the myco-tyrant. A fungus-covered dinosaur swooped. Malcom dodged, and Breeches fumbled the artifact, which flipped and twirled between his hands. He whipped his tail forward and caught it before it could plummet to the ground. The flowery end, unfortunately, now stared Malcom in the face. "Careful where you aim that thing," Malcom shouted. "Hit the blasted myco-tyrant already." "Fly better," Breeches retorted. He passed the tube to his feet, then to his hands, holding the artifact so both sides were at an arm's length. Malcom said, "Warn me before you..." Smoke and sparks billowed out from the back of the tube. From the front, an enormous ball of molten fire sprayed, thick as pitch and just as sticky. The force of the weapon's magic sent Malcom and Breeches flying backward, and Malcom nearly dropped his goblin passenger before righting himself.
Everything in the fireball's path was leveled. The Myco-Tyrant had only a moment to see its death looming before the projectile tore through the nearest Titan, hitting it squarely in the body. It fell from its web to the ground, pinned beneath the fiery projectile, which splashed flames in all directions. Every fungal creature around it shrieked in unison, some collapsing like puppets whose strings had been cut. Others, struck by the sticky fire, flailed their arms, running around or rolling on the ground. A few launched themselves into the fissure, turning the shadowy space into a pit of flickering flames. They were soon joined by the bridge, as gardeners broke the front ranks, their own magical fires cleansing the area. Echoes continued to transform mushrooms, the harmless smoke combining with its acrid counterpart. The once fertile earth lay bare, scorched, littered with lumps of ash and the bodies of the fallen. But they were winning, and hopefully this meant downtown would be safe as well. Malcom nearly smacked himself for daring to hope again. How had the impulse not been beaten out of him? As if in response, a storm of dark energy erupted from the distant mountains. Bolts of red lightning flashed, illuminating rocks sheared away in a landslide that sent up clouds of dirt. The ground shook, sending people stumbling or knocking them off their feet entirely. Shouts of concern crossed the battleground, and far above in the Cosmium Reef, bats shrieked like nails dragged across metal. Malcolm's feathers shivered involuntarily. As the dust cleared, the casing around the sun shifted apart slowly, almost imperceptibly. Most of the land remained shrouded in shadow, but shafts of light shone through as the strange dawn broke. The Oltec cheered, and even Quint and Amalia and Kellen joined in the celebration. Malcom landed nearby, finally dropping Breeches and rubbing the muscle aches out of his arms. One person, he noticed, wasn't celebrating. Weta stared at the mountains, squinting her single visible eye. "What is that?" she asked. Pillars of a great temple rose from the sheared mountain face. A blood-red glow emanated from inside, and Amalia stumbled, grabbing her head and wincing. "Aclazotz," Amelia said. "That is his temple. We need to go there to stop him." What could he do that was worse than covering the sun, Malcom wondered. A Nimpakal whistled, and then turned to the assembled warriors. "Gardeners! Please continue to eliminate the Myco-Tyrant's forces. Leave not even a single spore alive. My moons, come, we will root out the disease of Cosmium Eaters and end them as well." Amalia trailed after her, followed by Kel with his magic swords. Abuelo and Abuela flitted around the other echoes, gleefully turning mushrooms into mist. Quint swiped a handkerchief across his goggles with his trunk, then tucked it into a pouch on his belt. "This is going to be an incredible paper," Quint said. Weta made a choked sound, and then began to laugh so hard tears leaked from her eye. Malcom had never seen her stoic demeanor so completely altered. She looked younger, happier. Poor Quint seemed confused, but he cracked a smile too. Breeches tilted his hat back with his tail and sighed happily. "Big boom!" It was more like a big foom, Malcom thought, but he didn't want to spoil the moment. He had a feeling it would be spoiled by something else soon enough. Amalia. The trail to the Temple of Aclazotz was littered with Cosmium Eaters, alive and dead. The Thousand Moons mercilessly fought any they encountered, with assistance from Amalia and Kellen. Acrid smoke from the fungal fires mingled with the clouds of dirt from the landslide, forcing Amalia to squint and blink away the grit. Dinosaurs roamed the terrain, their feather and claws and teeth caked with blood, as if patrolling or hunting. "Behind you!" Amalia yelled. Kellen spun as he ducked, dragging one of his glowing blades through a vampire's knee. The other he angled up, slicing his enemy open from crotch to collarbone. The other leg buckled, and bringing his sword together like scissors, Kellen took off her head. Amalia blanched and looked away. "You're surprisingly good at that, Kel," she muttered. "These guys aren't so tough," Kellen said. "You ever tangle with a giant goose?" "What's a goose?" Amalia asked. "It's like a dinosaur with a grudge." They continued, inexorably climbing toward the temple. The warriors carried torches and glowing crystals, while Amalia's floating candles remained tethered to her belt, flickering madly. Darkness churned above, a shadow darker than night, like a stain on the air, but the red flashes had stopped. Amalia dreaded what they would find. A vampire bat swooped toward Kellen, who barely dodged the creature's spear thrust. It still wore the armor of the Dusk Legion, to Amalia's horror. What had Vito done to her people? What would she tell Queen Meralda if she ever escaped this place? She had to keep going, to bear witness, to carry the stories back home. A whistle rose and fell from further ahead, answered by a pair of matching notes. "We have found the entrance, Thousand Moon," one of the scouts said. Animpakal inclined her head, then gestured for Amalia to approach. "Come," she said, "perhaps you can tell us something of your god." Amalia flinched at the reminder of her connection to Aclazotz and sent a beseeching look Kellen's way. He gave her a dimpled grin. "I'm with you," he said. A stone door loomed, cracked in half by the earthquake, leaving a jagged hole to the temple beyond. Amalia climbed into an antechamber whose roof had collapsed, then ducked under partially crumbled pillars that looked as if the god himself had thrust them aside in his rage. Inside, rows of seats led down to a stage with a pit at one end and a barred cave at the other. Lengths of gem-encrusted chains lay scattered, as if blown apart by a massive force. Everything was broken, covered in debris and dust that lingered in the air. The scent of blood suffused Amalia's senses until she wanted to scream. So much death. For what? To turn Vito into Cavalenio and the others into monsters? "Aclazotz is gone," Anim said. "So are the rest of the Cosmium Eaters, and the Dusk Legion, assuming any of them survived the battle." A warrior cleared his throat.
"One of the Eaters has been apprehended for questioning."
3 more of the Thousand Moons dragged in their prisoner. His poncho and kipu were streaked with blood down the front, as was his chin, and he spat defiantly at Anim. She wiped the red-tinged fluid away and crossed her arms. "Where is Aclazotz?" Anim asked.
"He is free," the Cosmium Eater said. "He gathers his children, and soon he will end the 5th age and begin a new age of blood. All who join him will feast on the weak for eternity, and all who oppose him will be consumed."
"No," Amelia whispered in horror. The Eater's gaze shifted to her.
"You," he said venomously, "traitor, we saw you run when you were called, and now you align yourself with the enemies of your god? You and all your kind will be cleansed in fire and blood, and your names will be forgotten."
Amalia could only stare at him mutely, the once strong bonds of her faith breaking like the chains that littered the ground. "Where is Aclazotz?" Anim repeated, grabbing the man's chin. He snapped at her, and she recoiled.
"He is beyond your reach," the Eater replied, "but you will not be beyond his for long."
Amalia stumbled out of the temple, back into the open air, the Eater's laughter pursuing her like an attack dog. She stopped beyond the door, wrapping her arms around herself and shivering. She shouldn't have left home, shouldn't have gone on this forsaken journey. Bartolome died to protect her and Kellen, but his sacrifice was in vain. The schism would never heal. Worse, it seemed Vito had been right all along. What would Aclazotz do to Queen Meralda, to Saint Elenda, to her family? Did he want to transform all vampires into his own image? A hand touched her arm, startling her. Amalia looked up at Kellen, his dark eyes gentle. "I'm sorry," Amalia murmured. "I was raised to believe my god was distant but benevolent, that he charged us with a sacred mission to serve and pass along his gift. Now I find he's... "Not what you expected?" Kellen asked. Amalia nodded. "I feel as if I've been living a lie. I might understand more than anyone else here." Kellen offered her a sad smile. "You still have a choice, though. You're not locked into a destiny someone else planned for you. What can I do? Go back to Torzon and warn Queen Meralda of all of this? How can I choose a mere woman over my own god?" Amalia stared at the temple, the door broken, like her faith. Kellen seemed to consider that one. "If you don't like what your god is doing, maybe you should find another one." "Another god?" Amalia laughed bitterly. "You make it sound so easy." "It's probably tricky," Kellen said. "Maybe Quint can help. He's smart, and all those professors at the university he talks about are probably even smarter. You could talk to them." Other planes, other gods, other vampires? It was almost more than Amalia could imagine, but she'd never expected to find a whole world beneath her own, inside it, like a seed in an avocado, a pearl in an oyster. She'd found something inside herself too. Not a pearl, perhaps, not yet, but a grain of something that might become harder and stronger. "Will you tell me about your gods?" she asked Kellen. "We don't have those where I'm from," Kellen said, "but I can tell you about the Fae. Next best thing, I think." Together they returned to the path, walking away from the ruins and back toward the growing dawn. Waita. The Second Sun Empire delegation reached Otaclan a week after the battle, to find Chimley restored to her previous glory, even as pyres of the dead burned. The river heralds retreated to their underground ocean. The Brazen Coalition returned to the surface, with the remaining vampire and her companion, and the Oltec began to clean up the mess everyone had made of their home. Waita idly scratched her eye beneath the patch as Steward Akal greeted the new arrivals, and Impakal just behind her. A few of the so-called diplomats were recognizable, even to her, many of them warriors, some higher ranked than others, all loyal to the Emperor. Huatli struggled to hide a scowl. Speeches followed, pretty word for now. There would be time for negotiations later. Long tables covered in food beckoned them to feast, gathering the people she had come to know and respect. She stayed near Quint and some of the soldiers who had survived the vampire and mycoid attacks, quietly celebrating, remembering the fallen. Caparocti sat at Steward Akal's left hand, having been appointed the Emperor's voice in the proceedings. Waita was too far away to hear their discussion, but the steward looked serious, concerned, while her sister at her other elbow gestured wildly before jabbing a slice of fruit towards the sky. Huatli, next to Anim, sat up stiffly and nudged her plate forward, her food untouched. Behind her chair, Pantlaza attentively waited for scraps. Quint gently elbowed Waita, who nearly spilled her juice.
"You know," he said, "I've an eavesdropping spell."
When she didn't respond, he added,
"If you don't use it, I will."
Waita hesitated, then nodded. It wasn't as if the conversation could be private in such a public place. Pulling a scroll from his pack, Quint cleared his throat. He unfurled the scroll and began to quietly read it, the words individually sharp and clear, yet somehow fading and blurring together, so Waita couldn't understand them. "Did it work?" she asked. Huatli's voice suddenly sounded as if it were right next to her ear. "Surely we have lost enough. Can we not rebuild and mourn instead of seeking new battles?"
"Aclazotz threatens the entire surface," Caparocti retorted. "You saw what he did to the vampires here. Do you want to face an army of those in Ixalan?"
"We can fight Aclazotz without declaring war against the entire Legion of Dusk," Huatli said. "If we move quickly, with a smaller force, we should be able to stop him before he gathers more allies too."
"You're going to fight as God with a small force?" Caparocti asked incredulously. "What will you do? Bore him with poetry?"
Waita frowned. That was uncalled for.
"You forget that I am a warrior as well as a poet,"
Huatli said coldly.
"And yet your title was stolen for you by your cousin Inti, rather than granted by the late Emperor."
Huatli stood, laying her hands flat on the table.
"Keep Inti's name out of your mouth. He was a better man than you could ever dream of becoming, not even if you lived as long as the sun-cursed vampires themselves. You certainly share their thirst for blood."
She began to move away, Pantlaza trailing after her, then paused to glare at Caparocti, dark eyes blazing with menace.
"Do not look for me again, champion, because you will find me."
Silence followed her departure, though Caparocti looked more pleased than embarrassed or cowed. Waita had an urge to command a dinosaur to relieve itself on his head. Anim leaned closer to her sister.
"Whatever we decide, we cannot remain here and ignore what is happening on the surface. Not anymore."
Steward Akal pressed her lips together.
"Especially not if Aclazotz is amassing forces there, and if any remnants of the Myco-tyrant have spread. We must continue to work to purge them, as the gardeners tend to crops."
"Will you supply us with warriors?" Caparocti asked. "Echoes, Cosmium."
"We will coordinate an appropriate response,"
Steward Akal replied.
The 1,000 moons stand ready to assist. You stand ready to seek the surface for yourself, Steward Akal said dryly. We will do what must be done.
And what would that be, Weta wondered. So many people had different definitions of must, and were eager to apply them. We must defeat this enemy. We must hold this tunnel. We must break this line. Every must was a promise made, so many of them paid in blood. Weta clapped Quint on the shoulder.
Thank you for letting me hear that.
What do you intend to do? Quint asked.
What I must.
Weta squared her shoulders and followed Huatli, who stood at the edge of a lake, a cool breeze teasing strands of hair from her braid. The seneschal's sword hung low on her hip, a cosmium crystal affixed to the pommel. Huatli glanced at Weta, then back at the water. They stood in silence for a few minutes, waves lapping at the shore, Pantlaza chasing insects that fluttered from flower to flower.
I wanted to be a warrior poet once, Weta said, when I was much younger, before Orasco was found and claimed. How simple that time seems now,
Huatli murmured.
The stone does not feel each drop of rain, but it still is worn away.
She smiled weakly at Weta.
Perhaps an even more important destiny awaits you.
Weta shrugged.
Not everyone has to be a legendary hero. A candle isn't as bright as the threefold sun, but it still lights a room. True.
Huatli's hand gripped the hilt of her cousin's sword.
Being the warrior poet means I'm meant to lead. I would happily hunt down Aclazotz myself, but an invasion of Alta Torrezon? It's too much. How can I find the words that will spark flame in the hearts of our people when I cannot commit to this cause?
Weta nudged a pebble with her boot, kicking it into the water.
A wise woman once told me, it is more important for poetry to be honest than good. Perhaps you need to find a quest you believe in that also serves the Empire.
Perhaps I do, Huatli fell into thought. Then she untied the sword from her belt and offered it to Weta.
The Seneschal's blade?
Weta asked, bewildered.
You want me to have it? Why? I think Inti would like it,
Huatli replied.
You can ask him if you want. He's an echo now. His spirit is here, in the gem.
She tapped the cosmium crystal in the pommel. Weta hesitated, then reached for the hilt.
I am honored more than I can say. I will keep him safe. I hope he keeps you safe too,
Huatli said, a flicker of amusement lighting her face.
You're not dead yet. Stay strong, little sister.
She took a step away from Weta, then another, walking along the edge of the lake, toward the still frolicking Pantlaza.
What will you do now?
Weta called to her.
Huatli smiled. I've received an invitation to Otepec from the Emperor's sister. It was carefully worded, but I think I'm not the only one who isn't eager to kindle a new war while the embers of the last one are still hot.
Weta had no notion of what Kashtaka Huinsintli would do. If anyone could persuade her brother not to invade Torrezon, it would be her. And if he couldn't be persuaded, she shuddered to think what might happen. Perhaps the Legion of Dusk wouldn't be the only ones facing a civil war soon. Malcom. Climbing back out of the caverns had almost been worse than going in. On the way down, Malcom had hoped to find survivors of whatever fate had befallen downtown. On the way up, he knew better. The mystery was solved, but the underground city remained empty, and he had no idea when, if ever, new residents would move in to continue the work of the old. He and Breeches arrived at Sunray Bay exhausted and grimy from travel, having said their goodbyes to Amalia and Kellen. Dreams of baths and soft beds taunted him. He'd make his report to Vance, the families of the lost would have to be notified, and then he would disappear into the bottom of a tankard of ale, until he'd washed the taste of failure out of his mouth. When will you learn? Malcom told himself bitterly, stopping in the middle of a street to stare up into the storm-heavy sky. Sunray Bay was as deserted as downtown, with the same signs of the Mycotyrant's handiwork. Burnt-out buildings and magic-scorched walls, discarded items, spoiled food. Mushrooms sprouted from random cracks, clustered in dark corners, shook their spores into the air, and glowed with the awful green color Malcom knew he'd see in his nightmares forever. At the docks, not a single ship waited. He hoped that meant their crews had escaped to safety before they were infected, but he feared the worst. All it would take was one pirate, one stowaway, and the problem would continue to spread. We need to get to the high and dry, Malcom told Breeches. We have to warn them or find out whether it's too late. Big boat, little boat? Breeches asked. Any boat that floats, Malcom replied. Come on, maybe we'll find something in the cove farther up the coast. If not, he would what? Keep going, he supposed? Beg for a boat from the next port he reached? Fly to his Sun Empire village, wander back to Araska, and pretend the plane wasn't falling apart again. But he wouldn't stop. Not now. Maybe not ever. If he did, the fungus would catch up. The sky opened, pouring sheets of warm rain onto the ruined town. Malcom tipped his face up, letting the water wash through his feathers, wondering if he would ever truly feel clean again. Amalia. Even by the standards of Ixalan, the island Amalia and Kellen found themselves on was lush, the jungle like a thick wall, nearly to the shoreline. Soft sand shifted under Amalia's boots as she stepped out of the tender that brought them from the merchant vessel to land. Are you certain this is the right place? Amalia asked. Mostly a feeling, Kellen said. My luck hasn't failed me yet, not when it really counted anyway. We'll know soon, she said. Either way, your search will continue. It will, Kel agreed. Who would I be if I gave up now? Who indeed, Amalia wondered. Her own urge to explore had led her to this place, but she still harbored worries, doubts. She thought she'd expunge them at sea, but she'd only succeeded in ignoring them for a time. And now her time was almost up. They found a dirt path that wound through the jungle. Sun dappled the ground as branches and flower-stubbed vines formed a shadowy roof. They used a massive fallen tree to cross a gulch, a waterfall beside it misting the air into rainbows. On the other side, at the center of a field covered in tall grass, they found what they were looking for. A strange circle, coruscated and swirling with lights. It was taller than a human and just as wide, and it floated above the ground without shifting or moving, as if it were a painting affixed to a wall. Kel whispered, That's it, an omen path. You're sure? Amelia asked. Where does it go? I have no idea, Kel said. The last one brought me here, but this one might not be so forgiving. You think this could lead somewhere worse than a cavern full of angry goblins and jaguar folk? Kel shrugged. I wish it wouldn't, but if wishes grew in fields, we'd all farm. They stared at the swirling portal in silence as the sun baked their heads. Amalia looked to Kel, only to find him staring at her. What? She asked. Are you sure you want to come with me? He asked quietly. This is your world. Your family is here. Your friends. Everything you've ever known. Are you truly ready to leave it all behind? The question Amalia had been ignoring now loomed, immense and unavoidable. She'd promised to look after Kel, yes, but surely her duty had long since been acquitted. He was a grown man and didn't require a guardian. His quest was his own, and she had no need to take it upon herself to accompany him. But she had left home to explore, to find new places, to learn new things. She wanted to help her people, yes, and so she had sent word to her family and Queen Meralda through the remaining Queen's Bay Company members of the oncoming storm Aclazotz might bring. However, she found herself keen to avoid the discord between her god, former god, and his wayward disciples. His gospel of blood and subjugation repelled her, and she would sooner leave than see it come to pass. I am ready, Amalia said firmly, pleased to find it was true. Whenever you are. Kellen took her hand, his skin pleasantly warm. She could feel his pulse through his thumb as it sped up slightly. Just so you know, he said, this could lead anywhere. The next place may not be any better than this one. What could be worse? Kel shrugged and treated her to a dimpled smile. Giant goose? Amalia laughed, her heart lighter than it had been for weeks. Without another word, they leapt through the omen path, and everything changed. Quint. The place the Oltec company called Colony's End jutted from the side of a mountain, a huge half-circular ruin, seemingly cast from a single piece of metal, despite its layers and ridges. Quint shouldn't have been surprised at how large it was, given the size of the remains he'd seen at the Night War Memorial in Otaklan. They matched the corpse found during the first tentative foray into the caverns beneath Araska. He hoped someone had preserved that one for future study, as this one had been. Colonizers, the didactics told him. Their stories described giants whose great dark vessels appeared in the sky, blotting out the light of Chimley and then caging her within a metal prison. Sometimes legends grew in the telling, but given that Quint had seen the prison himself, he was inclined to believe the Oltec weren't exaggerating. They'd also warned him to stay away from Colony's End, because it was dangerous and hadn't been fully explored. He knew how to be careful, though. He'd survived his delve into Xanthophyre when Asterion hadn't, because he'd taken better precautions. That he was essentially doing precisely what Asterion had done by coming here alone was a fact that he was prepared to overlook, in the interests of historical scholarship. Tucking the loose end of his scarf back into his collar, Quint continued to climb. Soon he reached the side of the ruin, the wall looming a dozen times his height or more. Before he could lose himself in contemplation of scale, he found the very thing that had brought him to Ixalan. Bas-reliefs depicting the same coin motifs he'd discovered elsewhere. His excitement grew as he traced the pattern to an open doorway, sunlight slanting in to illuminate a room composed of the same metallic material as the exterior. Quint retrieved a light globe from his pack and began to map the ruins. Unlike others he'd explored, these felt eerily lifeless, colder than the mountain weather should have made them. The further he delved, the less dirt and dust coated the floor beneath his echoing footsteps. No water intruded to cause rust, no mold sprouted in corners. The place was sealed up tighter than any tomb. It was also empty of any signs of habitation. Tall oblong objects towered over Quint, furniture perhaps, scaled to their makers. He considered climbing them, but decided to finish his map first. On he went from room to room, pacing off the dimensions of the space and recording them on a scroll. Ramps led up and down to other levels. Despite his curiosity, he finished his exploration of the current floor before proceeding to the next. Up or down? He pulled out the coin he'd been carrying with him and flipped it. Down. The lower level was much like the first. Tall ceilings and more potential furniture, but otherwise nothing. How did these people live? Did they eat? Sleep? Had they taken all their personal effects when they left? It was as if he'd found the bones of some giant creature long since picked clean, and was trying to determine the color of its eyes. He turned a corner and stopped, blinking in astonishment. Unlike every other room, this one held a long row of massive tanks, their glass fronts shattered, shards littering the floor. Whatever fluid or gas they might have contained had long since drained away or evaporated, and any objects inside were missing, perhaps intentionally destroyed, perhaps taken by survivors. Quint sighed. He'd found more questions than answers, as usual. A glint of a reflection from his light caught his eye. At the end of the row, one of the tanks was intact. How had this one survived? Perhaps he should ask the didacts when he returned to Oticlan. He ambled over, peering through the glass. The interior was cloudy, opaque. Was there anything inside? With his handkerchief, he swiped at the surface, then cupped his hands to the side of his eyes and pressed his face to the container to get a better look. With a deep clang, the tank lit up. Quint scooted backward nervously. What had he done? What was happening? Inside the container, smoky air swirled, then slowly dissipated, revealing the body of an enormous creature. It was so tall, Quint couldn't see its head from where he stood, only thick, gray-skinned legs and hands that ended in claws. What a discovery! What a discovery! This specimen was far more intact than the one in Oticlan, but how could he possibly transport it? He'd have to return to the others, and bring a team back to... The creature's fingers twitched. It flexed them, stretched its hand, and then curled it into a tight fist. Or, Quint thought, perhaps I should go. Now. Right now. Myco-Tyrant. One mind was all, and all minds were one. Some bodies required direct attention to function, while others acquired sufficient autonomy to act on their own, nonetheless acquiescing to the will of their great progenitor. Some were more stubborn and refused to obey. So be it. More bodies could always be formed or assimilated. Temple ruins in a jungle on the surface swarmed with vampires, clearing vegetation and building a camp, One of them struck a swollen fungal sac with its blade, releasing a cloud of spores that settled on its skin like flies. Soon it would join the body that watched from behind the trees, as would the others. The pirates from downtown who had escaped now wandered Sunray Bay, their faces covered. They passed from one body to the next, each giving a different point of view, a different influx of knowledge and sensory input. Their refusal to assimilate was puzzling and frustrating, but so it went. They did not understand the efficiency to be gained. The battle against the old tech had taught them a valuable lesson. Sometimes stealth succeeded where force failed. A new body stood on the deck of a ship. Such useful things, ships, and watched as it approached high and dry. This one retained its original form in most ways, except for its eyes, covered by dark lenses. Better to hide and plan and spread. With enough time and care, everyone would succumb. Everything would be joined, controlled. Already the light of the new sun warmed the molds and caps spreading across the surface. For every stalk burned away, more would grow. Progress was inevitable. It only required time and patience. And more bodies. Aclazotz. The ship's hold reeked of despair. Wide-eyed sacrifices awaited their doom in the dark, their spirits broken, hope lost. Soon the faithful would descend to feast on their life-sustaining nectar, and more importantly, to offer the choicest morsels to their risen god. Freedom after such long imprisonment was perhaps an even more delectable pleasure, despite the need for confinement in the salt-crusted, stagnant cargo hold. Aclazotz longed to stretch his wings, to soar, to hunt. Soon the ship would reach Torazon, a land of sheep awaiting their promised shepherd to lead them to eternal life. Those who had survived the battle against the Old Tech and their misbegotten surface brood would serve as generals of his army. He would canonize the strongest among his children, forming them into more perfect images of himself. One vampire he craved above all others, Vona de Ledo, the Antifex. She had rejected the false teachings of his lesser creations and found the path to truth. Vito had fallen and would be forgotten, but Vona? He would set her at his right wing to see that his will be done, and once he secured Torazon, they would return to Chimley and obliterate her at last. The ship creaked and rocked as Aclazotz opened his single, baleful eye, shrouding the hold in red light. The sacrifices shrieked and moaned in terror, blood pounding in their bodies like a syncopation of drums. Such sweet music they made for him. He would almost miss it when they were silenced. Thank you for watching the video, and an extra big thank you to the Patreon patrons and YouTube members that help make these videos possible. Hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.